Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny and it's great to be here. We're here every Tuesday, every Friday, and we're continuing our marathon live stream from the other day. We went 5 hours light work and we created a very nice portfolio website. We started from nothing, ran the Svelte wizard, did a few tweaks, bring in styling frameworks, loaded some data, and we ended up with this for our fictional photographer, Paulina Papers, who specializes in taking action shots for tiny friends. And we'll be doing even more in this app today, but you don't necessarily to have seen the other stream in advance. If you're just ended up here fresh, hello, it's great to have you. And we'll be tackling fresh issues that you may be more interested in. We'll be doing things like error handling, 404 pages, importing SVGs, and most importantly, internationalization. This is a huge thing. Most of the world doesn't have English as their first language, and most of YouTube, tech YouTube, doesn't talk at all about the internationalization because it's kind of scary, it's kind of hard, but honestly, the tools nowadays are much better than back in my day. So there's no excuse to not do it, especially when you're using something like Svelte, which makes it even easier. We'll put this to the test near the end of the stream. It will be our last thing to do. We have a full agenda yet again. My coffee cup is full to the brim yet again because we have a lot to do. But people love talking about accessibility, for example. Easy way to make your website more accessible. I say use Playwright end-to-end tests that check for locators, items by role. Can people click around? Is it readable from screen readers? Others say just add an ESLint config that has some accessibility linked in. Best way to make your website more accessible, have it available in multiple languages. I'm currently in Barcelona, so any project I do for any clients here needs to be bilingual, at least Spanish and English. But it can be scary, it can be hard, but we will see how it will be done. Together, we can make this happen. And what else should we be talking about this? We just had this rudimentary connect page with the nice view transition we've set up. The action button also gets us there. This is the thing where we'll have big icons of the socials. This is where SVGs, scalable vector graphics, are going to come in handy because we'll make them gigantic. Maybe we'll make them change color. That's why we'll set up working with SVGs and explain that. Anything else in particular? Not really. Maybe to highlight, this is a static website, so Svelte is one of the ways you could make this happen, but maybe a better way, if you really have a static website that I have used before, is Astro. Astro is a great framework that allows you to work with other UI libraries like React as well, and still Svelte too, but you're kind of limited when it comes to growth. This series is also about making your own starter, getting into engineering, getting to grips with a few things, and then extending and taking on more and more complicated projects. So I was saying that you should have already DM'd, slid into a few DMs to a few people saying, do you want a portfolio site? Do you want a marketing site? And you can get started working along with me, delivering that. But once you're done with that project, you may want to do something with a database, something that talks to a CMS, something that has an e-commerce style functionality. And the best way to do that is to start your new project by basing it off at the end of this portfolio one and keep building up into something that eventually ends up becoming a full SaaS product like the JOHNNIFY website here, which has Stripe payments and everything. It all starts from a portfolio, essentially, then you talk to databases, then you integrate Stripe, and then you've got a full SaaS page. And you'll have done it yourself, so you better understand what has gone on. Or, you got along with me, you go in the chat, you ask me questions, you go to the Discord, I answer, and it's all more understandable than just finding some boilerplate from the internet. That said, if you do want this code immediately, if you're like, this is going to be like 10 hours of live stream, I want to eventually listen to it all or in high speed, but I don't want to particularly code along, I want the latest updates, you can subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium. This gives you access to the JOHNNIFY organization, which has all of the private code that appears in some of my projects. An open source project is my own website. So this one you can find open source and free, and it's actually Next.js. My favorite meta frameworks nowadays are SvelteKit and Next.js. Again, the right tool for the job for something that you know is going to be static could be Astro nowadays. There are a few other good ones, but for more complex websites, I really want a TypeScript meta framework, and it is between Next.js and SvelteKit. And usually nowadays I go with SvelteKit. That's why we're doing this today. And internationalization is possible with Next.js, but a bit trickier, even using the same libraries that we'll be using today. But I think this is it for the preamble. As always, let me know in the chat what you'd love to see next. Let me know if you have any questions. Let me know if you're having amazing, lovely weeks, because I hope you have. So links in the description, as always. You can click around this yourself. And we do have the local host running too. We don't need to promote JOHNNIFY Premium anymore, or my own website for sure. So I think we should get on to updating dependencies. So if we look at our code, we did do a few things. Last time we brought in a few libraries, and there were tons of libraries that the SvelteKit wizard did bring for us, including Svelte 5. So that's important to note that we are using Svelte 5 with runes, strict mode, and we're only doing Svelte 5 stuff. So no more slots, it's only redundancy learn and that sort of thing. But already, like, it's a new project, static website, soon have like too many things. And yet again, there are like a million libraries that we have installed. How do you keep these updated? Which you should. And what I've been doing lately is using the npm check updates package. So maybe, ironically, I am bringing in yet another package to take care of the package upgrade management for me, to do it together. There are other tools you may find, especially if you're working in companies. The number one tool is do nothing and just let all libraries that you're using go out of date and be unpatched, because people don't want to bother with that stuff. Like, if it works, then that's it, but that's bad. You shouldn't do that. A more modern way is to have an integration with GitHub with something like Dependabot or RenovateBot, which will automatically check whether there's a new version of any package in your package.json, for example, and create a pull request for you, make that update. And very often it can also link to the changelog, so it can tell you this update did this, this is a breaking change, this is not. This is fine, but I don't like it. I find in companies that I've worked for, nobody really likes it. Nobody wants to do it. Even if you have dependable end-to-end tests, nobody wants to like press the button and just merge, or automatically merge if the tests pass. Nobody wants to do that. So it's just a bit of a chore to have like so many things. While this tool that we'll add today has a nice UI interface that groups the updates into whether they are patch fixes, which you should definitely get without looking into it really. Minor releases, which you're kind of safe to add and will probably not break your app, and major releases which in theory need a code change from you, but in practice lots of libraries are very conscious of this and do give you some leeway time to do these updates. For example, Svelte 4.5 is not directly deprecated in a few of the Svelte 4 APIs. They are putting in warnings, they're putting in strict mode, so you have some time to migrate away from the deprecated stuff. How does it work? Soon check this, because we're actually doing it. First, we bring in this package. So if I go to my terminal, now ppm add this package. PNPM also has like the update functionality and then save, which will update all the dependencies and update your package.json. But I prefer bringing in this package because it does this nice grouping UI. We'll have a look immediately. And it's been a few days since our Friday live stream, so I'm sure there will have been some updates. Maybe we're unlucky and there aren't any, but we'll see. And now that we have our package installed, we can go to our package.json and add a script, which I like to call update. If you are confused because update is a real thing, maybe you want to call it upgrade, up to you. Let me know if this is confusing or not. I will call it update for now. You could also call it update all or update with UI or something. And this is going to execute the binary of the package we just installed. That's npm check updates and cu with UI, and do this night group formatting according to whether it's a patch, minor, or major dependency. And always install in the end. Don't just update the package.json. These are the options that I like. So if I save that and I do npm run update, then you'll see that we do have quite a few updates, as it always happens. So instead of having, like, if you had something like Dependabot or RenovateBot or something like that set up for you, immediately you'd get how many? Like the 12, 15 PRs, and nobody wants to see that. So especially for personal projects, I do say you're about to work on a feature, start by doing this, and then everything's up to date and you're not too behind into upgrading your dependencies. So we have some patch updates. Most packages on npm, or I guess all of them nowadays, do follow semantic versioning, semver, which is you have 3 numbers separated by dots. If the last one changes, then that's considered a patch release. And it's like, I've never had it happen where a patch release has managed to break something. It's not supposed to break anything. They're supposed to have tested everything, so it's backwards compatible always. And it's usually for little bug fixes and security patches. So always do those quite safely. You probably don't even need to check if something went wrong, and it may fix a problem that you may have had. So you can see that we had like 3.00 for the Vite plugin Svelte, which maybe after it was released and many people started using it, was like, oh, I cannot import raw text files anymore, or the compression algorithm is not big. Like, who knows, something that you really need a huge user base to find. And then they released like a patch release, so we get that for free. Before you debug something as well, I would upgrade to the latest version of things. Common tip. Then we have manual upgrades, so the middle number changes. If the middle number gets bigger, then usually they've added some new features. But they may have also added deprecation warnings for older features. And it is a bit more squirrely. It is a bit more up to the maintainer to not break existing functionality. In theory, if you break existing functionality, you do need to always increase the major first number. But some people can be naughty, or they may miss something breaking when they add new features, when they do a minor release. It has happened to me that I have upgraded a minor release and things broke for me. Rarely, but it does happen, so be aware of that. And then you have the major release, which we didn't get any today. From Friday, nothing released a major update. Usually when I do like these streams, it's like, oh, Svelte 6 is now out, and things change dramatically, but not today. Today, no major releases. Again, nowadays, I will find that I can upgrade a major version and not have to do any code refactorings. But in theory, very often, it will be a break-in release. If you go to the changelog of that library, it will tell you this functionality. If you were doing this, it no longer works. You need to migrate into this. Something that I like that the Svelte team is doing is that they often have a code generation tool that helps you migrate things. So if you were doing this no longer works. And if you run this command on your terminal, it will run a code generation tool that will update the name of server exports, for example, for you. So this is it. If you have this set up, it takes much longer to just do than it took me to talk about it, but it's something that I found recently, even though I've been thinking about upgrading dependencies for many, many years. But I think it's an excellent solution, so we're going with that. And from the things that we're updating today, I guess, when you update the Svelte when we went in through the wizard, it didn't already update to the latest version. Surely they didn't update like 5 major versions. So what we actually got, because we had the carrot, must have been a version closer to this. So we're a bit safer. But it does make things a bit more confusing to explain. Anyway, so Svelte, the enhanced image plugin still doesn't say Svelte 3 or Svelte 4 or Svelte 5, which I am sure that it should be, because it is working with the version of Svelte 5 that we have. It may make sense after doing this to just restart the dev server, just in case. And then we can click around the app and confirm that indeed nothing has broken, your transitions and stuff. This is where you'd run your end-to-end tests, which I guess we have set up. What do you mean runt? I didn't mean runt, but I did mean test it. So tests succeed, everything good. Dependencies updated. We don't have to worry about too much. And this time, this file has been updated as well. The package.json and is pointing to the versions that we do happen to have installed at the moment. Cool. So we talked about this tool, great tool. And I guess the big thing that led me to finding this is that PNPM does have the update save version, which I used to do to run very often, but ban, for example, does not. So I found this tool that works regardless whether you're using ban as your package manager or npm or pnpm or whatever else. Hello ZB in the chat. Nice to see you again in this stream. I wonder, did you go through all of the last live stream? I think you were here for most of it, so we went through it together. But near the end, like my mind goes hazy. It's like, who was there from the beginning, who wasn't? So updating dependencies always feels good when you do this, and then there is like something was fixed, like glitch in error is no longer a case, and it just works. Next thing we want to do is a powerful way to make your site pop. And of course, I mentioned again, I have my own video where I do explain why you should do this, why you should do it this way, and not just by importing things from Google Fonts, and the steps you could take. But I will leave this as homework for you to watch in your own time, and we'll just skip to the meat of the issue, which is, let's find a nice font. We can even use like Google Fonts for this. And I will take the advice of using the system UI fonts for the sans serif, like boring content fonts, and just have a nice handwriting one, a fancy font for the site, just to save on how many things users have to download, but still have a recognizable branding. So here in Google Fonts, what I do like to do is to pick a handwriting font. And then, if I know that it's only going to be used in some header copy, and all of my header is going to be like bold, I could get a non-variable font and only bring in a specific font weight, because I know I'll only use the fancy font in this weight. But if you're not sure about that, you can bring in a variable font and ensure that's... if you're going to be using multiple weights of the same font, bringing in a variable font is much better, because it will have all the different weights and styles and axes embedded in it. But if you're only going to be using like at 600 or 400, it may make sense to bring in just a specific weight. But you can do that. Even if it's a variable font, you will be able to have access to the non-variable version and just get the one. So I just always check for variable fonts nowadays to bring in. And if you have a fancy font that you want to use today, let me know. Like Gluten is fun. Grandfather, I use very often. I use many fonts from Tyler, actually. He's got brilliant fonts. But maybe just for something different today, we'll go with Santel. So that's this if you're playing designer. Hello, Sam. What is the best way to define the YouTube streets? Are you setting me up for a joke? I don't know the answer. Let me know. So yeah, let's try to bring in this. And most people, I think, like would be making the error of just pasting all of this, and then that's really bad because your core web vitals will drop because of the non-same domain, non-same origin connection to Google Fonts, plus like creepiness, privacy concerns. Google does track you when you hit their APIs. It's not the one you should use. So you should be self-hosting. The easiest way to self-host is using font source. Can I explain that in the video? Much better than this. So we can go to font source and see if that's available. If it's not, we could self-host it in Svelte. Maybe I'll show that later if you're interested. And you could even be using like font source to browse the fonts and pick a font here. But I do find the Google Fonts UI much better. They do have this available. Let's install it. Let's install the variable version of the font. So just copy this. Make sure to add the -d to make it a dev dependency. We make everything a dev dependency here. And now we need to import it in our app, first of all. And we can do that by going into the place where we bring in lots of stuff, including our CSS for every page, and that's plus layout.svelte. If you know that you're only going to be using this font in like the one page, maybe you won't have it on your layout. Or if you have like your marketing website and your dashboard website, and the dashboard is the one that uses many fonts and many weights, then you could have a sub layout, bring that in. But in our case, where we're just building a portfolio website, I'm gonna import it here, set it at the top of our layout, our core root layout.svelte. So as a reminder, in this Svelte project, source routes plus layout.svelte, everything else is inside this Svelte component. So if this component brings in something, it will be available for anything inside it, which is everything else. So bringing that in, no reaction here, because we need to set up a few more things. We need to actually specify that this font should be used. I don't think it should be doing like system UI. Maybe there is like handwriting UI or something like that. But that's by the by. Since we're using Tailwind, there are actually a couple steps. We should go to our app CSS file. At some point, you may remember we specify that we have a font sans. So let's specify that we have a font fancy, and say that actually the fancy font should be whatever this is called, Santel sans variable. I think there is like a system UI for cursive fonts, but maybe should have it default to serif if it cannot find this. So system UI for serif, because it's gonna have like some flair but still be variable. So let's try UI serif here. And still, this doesn't work. Like 2 more steps. You will need to go to our Tailwind config and say that our font family also has a fancy font, which you can find in the font fancy variable. So that's good. And final step is we actually need to use this somewhere. So let's do our huge title here, which I guess is in this file, this one. And bam, font brought in. If we hadn't done any of those steps, then this would just not apply the font. If we had forgotten to bring in the actual font, it would fall back to the serif font, the system serif font. So still a bit different, it's maybe fine. But still, what we want is exactly the font that we brought. And because it is a variable font, we can make it bold. And so on. And we can find where we're doing best boys and girls as well, and make every title be like this, I guess. So maybe we have a pets component, and we can say that this is font fancy too. There you go. And we can easily check to see what has like the best design here. Maybe this one, maybe semi-bold for this one. If you only were, if you had a non-variable font, it would be to your interest to only use one font weight for everything, wherever you use this font. Just bring in the weight 600 and then use that everywhere. Since we are bringing in a variable font, we don't care about that. We can go crazy. And we do have the contact page as well. So maybe that should be the same. So we have a contact page here, which has an H1, so that's like slightly different. Let's see what happens if we make it look this, like our hero. Sorry to that. Yeah, since I am fine with the way this looks, I think I can extract a component out of this. Let's go to lib components and say like a page title, Svelte, and a refresher. How do you do components that take children slots in Svelte 5? You cannot do slots anymore. What we want is to copy this H1, but we want these tags to be dynamic. So to have it kind of work with the slots way, but for Svelte 5. Now we use props, kind of like React. So we destructure children from the magic props thing. And then we render children, passing it no extra props. But what is children? We can do a type of props, and then children is a snippet. And then we can see here that the props are these props. And now it knows what everything is. And we can go to the contact page and use the page title. With this copy, make sure to remember to turn this into TypeScript. And we can go to the home page, home route, and also use the page title here. Do the same thing again. And why am I doing this? Because now, if I do decide that actually I want all of them to be like semi-bold, or I want them to have like underlines, or whatever, I have just the one component that I can change, and change it here, and then everywhere else where I have a page table flow, which is every other page, it gets updated without me needing to remember to go into every H1, every title, and update all the element classes, and about all the millions of element classes. And consistency is good. It's pleasing. It's pleasing to humans. So let's try to have consistency. All right, so I won't design this card too much more. Like you could see that you could have it so every title has this font. Of course, you can also do this with like CSS. You can go to your root CSS file, and much like I'm adding this fresh new CSS attribute to balance when the title goes into a second line, to not leave struggling orphan words. Anyway, that's by the by. You could say, actually, I want the font family of every heading to be my font fancy. And then you'd see that this changes to the font fancy one immediately without me needing to add the Tailwind class. If you want to use Tailwind classes, since we are on a page layer, we can also apply font fancy here, which would also have the same effect. Without this, these don't get updated. Is this better? Maybe. But it's an option. Do we want every title to be like handwritten? Maybe. Not sure. I will say no. I do want every title to be nicely balanced when that is supported, so I will keep that. That's why I had that. My own puppy is dreaming and sleeping and says like yip yip yipping. So apologies if you hear that, but let's face it, it's cute. It's cuter than hearing me talk. So it is a bonus. I think with that puppy note, we're done with fonts. Maybe the question is that I just got today a good tip, a great comment in my Google Fonts video, where essentially, what if the font I want to bring in is not in font source? Maybe they haven't added it yet. Maybe it's not an open source font. Maybe it's a font that I bought. Then you'd have to self-host your font. You wouldn't have to. You can still like do something worse and take a hit in your core web vitals and therefore worse ranking, blah, blah, blah. But you could also do it the proper way, which is what FontSource is doing behind the scenes. In Svelte, you would be adding the font files, the WOF2 files in your static directory. Then you'd be defining some CSS, you'd be defining the typeface attribute in CSS, you'd be defining the fonts to say, this font is named this, it's for this weight, you can find it there in these WOF files, and then you'd be able to use it. So a few extra steps. If it's available on font source, I just do what we've done because I think that's fewer steps and therefore better. And also gets you like some version control nice days. But if you have to use a font that's not available in a font source, that's how you should do it. And even with Google Fonts, like I don't think there are many cases where something's available in Google Fonts but not in font source. But if that's the case, you can always download the fonts there and then put them in your set directory and define the CSS and all of that. But then you'd have to read up more on like display swap and that sort of thing, which maybe you don't want to do. Maybe you just want to watch a YouTube video in 5 minutes and be done with it. Get the professional grade consultancy expertise that some companies pay thousands and thousands of pounds for. All right, enough rambling. I'm rambling already and we're only half an hour in. But we did add the fonts, which is great. So I guess it's BDD time. BDD stands for Behavior Driven Development. We do have Playwright set up with a lot of confidence. We can now make changes like upgrade all dependencies, which I should have said and I should have done actually. When you upgrade dependencies, make that a separate commit. Just in case like something goes wrong, you're like, let's roll this back up. So make this a separate commit, call it like upgrade deps or upgrade derps if you think it's going to be an error. And then move on to the rest of the stuff. The rest of the stuff we've done now is add the fancy font here. Maybe to explain, the reason that I like defining the font fancy fonts is because I can just then copy paste the tailwind config, or the tailwind config stays the same when I start a new project from this project. What I update then is the actual font I'm bringing in, and this is as variable, and that's it. Like 2 lines of code change, and everything else stays the same, which I really appreciate. So we've done these, more fanciness. It's good. Maybe a styling change. And the reasoning for only doing this for the fancy font is the argument that Kevin, great YouTuber, made that got me convinced that people ain't gonna remember your serif font. Not really. Like maybe if you have a monospace font and a lot of code like me, maybe they'll remember that one. They will probably remember your serif font. So this one, nobody will say, oh, you're using like Inter here, like I can tell. Like only nerds like me will be able to tell that, but they won't really remember. They use it on their phones, they don't really know. But if you have a nice calligraphy font here for like your standout elements, they may remember that one. That one they will notice. So if you are gonna have your users download some fonts, make it be just those, just the ones that you use in the most eye-catching elements, like your name, for example. All right. And yeah, in the pit of performance, like don't sacrifice all the fun. Keep your website fun, like it should look a bit fun. So don't stress too much about bringing in like too many kilobytes. Be conscious, but you are allowed, you have a make it fun budget, I'm sure. Right. So BDD, what we're saying that we want our code to drive this. We keep having confidence that we are not breaking things. And you may remember that we have our navigation smoke test, which now runs and succeeds because everything works. But now we want this socials page to have a few links. And at that point, like it's a more involved test, like it won't be like too crazy of a test. But I would say that it's a specific test for that page. So I don't consider it part of the navigation smoke test, which yet again, I think it's the most value versus effort test you can have, end-to-end test you can have for sure, which is just click around the app, like all the main things, like do they work? You have this automated test runner doing it for you. But if you want to do like more spec, you probably want to test a specific case or a specific journey. And that's why we'll copy paste the navigation spec and call this contact spec for the name of the page, but it could be like socials or whatever. It could be like login spec, for example, based on the behavior. But I'm gonna paste it on the page. I'm gonna say the test is that it has links to all the socials, or to all my socials, these socials, my socials, like the client socials, so I don't know. Paulina's socials, maybe. So you can start straight from the contact page. You can wait for this to be hydrated, even though we won't have utilizations here, or contact, maybe we'll have like a contact form. So it's good to wait for the app to be hydrated. Custom thing, that's something we did explain in the previous stream. And maybe you don't care about the title of the page. Not really. Maybe what we care about is that it has links to all our socials. So let's say that it's like YouTube, and then we can add an Instagram link and a Threads link or whatever. Right. So We're going to use the get by role selector, the best selector, because that's the one that leads to more accessibility gains, like for free. Like use this well and you get more accessibility, because it is most likely that the screen reader will be able to navigate your app if Playwright is able to hit these selectors correctly. And the role of the thing we're looking for is link. We're looking for a link. And the name of the link is indeed, Copilot is almost correct. Let's say it's what? YouTube. We said YouTube. So we expect this to be visible. So we expect the YouTube link to be visible. And then if we run this test, it's going to fail, because that's not visible. That's not there. So now that we have a failing test, if we are really doing behavior-driven development, when you are in red test mode, you are allowed to code implementation. So now we can go to the contact page, and like we can show why people don't like TDD or BDD by just doing the thing that we won't end up using as the final implementation, just at an ugly link to YouTube here. But this should make this test pass. And indeed it does. But like you click this and the link is wrong. If it was a link that was on your website, like we've done for the navigation smoke test, you click it and expect to end up in the right place. But because it's going to be an outbound link, then you don't want to expect that you end up like in YouTube. Like usually for the end-to-end test, like almost always, 99.9 repeating percent of the time, you'll want to stay within the confines of your own app. So you wouldn't actually click this link because it's an outbound link. Oh no, deleted this. What is? That was kind of cute. Right, we can do it. So what would we be doing? We could check that it has a title, that it has an href, the href attribute. We would explicitly check for the implementation detail this time of the href attribute, because we don't want to have our automated test runner get into a different website. So that's why we're doing that. And we can have a reference to this selector just to not repeat it. And then we can expect the YouTube link to have attribute href, and then the client's YouTube or whatever they want to click, which in my case, I guess is like JOHNNIFY tag. Because it's a fake person, I'm not gonna make like a fake account and fake profiles and Instagrams. Maybe I should. Let me know if that's a good idea. Like if you would follow an account that has like all of these pictures. If yes, I will make it happen. The other thing that is neat, if you're watching the stream, I've noticed that the first time you say a keyword, so YouTube does something cool. So there is a button that you should click if you haven't already. That will do some sort of flair in theory if I say subscribe. Did it happen? Does it happen for streams? I don't know. I hope that's because I love that flair. Like we were talking about fun features and have fun on your website. YouTube is still having fun and it's like super on performance. So maybe you have some leeway too. Anyway, now that we're explicitly checking if the href is this, we will have a breaking test once again, because doesn't have a link, which is unexpected. But in theory, this should have fixed it. Is it because I need to await this? Probably not. Ah, yes. Sorry. So even though we've awaited this selector to resolve, we needed to await this as well. Yes, you need to await all expects. And let's like never trust a test that you haven't seen break. So let's link to the old channel. And we'd expect this to pass with a helpful error. Yeah, so close enough. But we want the link to be here. And we can keep TDDing and doing the same thing for a few of them. You can over-engineer even your tests, so you can have a helper method that you just pass in like the name and the href, and then it does these 3 lines for you. But you know, it's fine. Like if you have like a million socials, then sure. But if you only have a few, don't do it. And I don't know what the links should be. So this should be failing tests. Let's go back to this page so we can actually see it. And we can repeat this a few times. And just have this happen. And now this will pass. And then I can actually go to the Discord and get an invite link for everyone. We could also be searching for parcels. You know what? The easiest way to do this. Do I have these links in JOHNNIFY? I do! I have this link. At least. So for the Discord link, let's check that it's this one. And I am gonna update it to here. And for Instagram, let's go to my website. I think, do I have a link to Instagram here? The gram, I do. Here we go. What a guy. And all right, so they all pass. They're all fine. You've implemented the spec, like very literally, and then you show it to your client and you're like, well, these look bad. Like, you can do better than this. Just give me some nice icons like you have here for like in the footer. So what should we do there? We want SVGs. We want nice big icons, and I think most people don't have like labels. They just have the SVGs. So we're gonna be using JOHNNIFY, which I have been using in Figma before, quite a lot, and I found that they actually have like a proper website where you can search for the icons. So why not use this one? And we can pick anyone we like. You can kind of tell who made them, the icon set. But material design icons, that's it. Let's use this one. Copy the SVG, and then I also use SVG OMG, which is the UI, again from the genius Jake Archibald, I believe. There you go. so many tools, so much information. To paste the markup here and have an optimized version of the SVG according to some options that I like, you can set up SVG O, which stands for SVG optimizer, to do this optimization for you. I just find it handier for a simpler project like this to just paste it in here. So now that I've pasted it in here, what do I do? And I could paste the SVG here, I suppose, and then you have it and we can start styling it. But I want to have it available as a component because maybe I want to reuse it somewhere else, like the footer here. And I don't want this to be like a million times in a website. There are a few ways to do SVGs well and performantly, but I think this is good enough, like downloading the SVG code, copying it, running it through the SVG optimizer, and then creating a Svelte component for it. I think it's good enough. So that's what we will be doing. So let's once again create a Svelte component. And in this case, because it's an SVG icon, I will nest it further into an icons directory and call it youtube.svelte and paste this in. Paste the SVG in this guy and use it here like I would any other Svelte component. I would say YouTube like this, and my editor would bring it for me, my ID, and then it's back. We can find it. It's awesome, but it's too big. And you could go here and add like a tailwind class for like the width, but then maybe you want it like bigger in this case, and in fact we do, and smaller down here. So don't do that. Another reason where I don't like specifying like the width here. If you specify the width, then you kind of lock yourself in that way, that size. I just like specifying the view box and have no width height. I find it a bit easier. And I also like having the field be current color to be able to easily change the color instead of hard coding like red or whatever else here. Anyway, we want to pass the tailwind class. How do we do that? We don't want to hard code it in. Ideally, we want here to say class W16 or something. But this component doesn't take a class prop. How do you do it in modern Svelte? Script tag. And you can say that you want to get the class, which you need to alias to class name because a class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. It means like something special, so you cannot use it, and get it from the props here. And now if you use the class name here, if you say class is this value, then the class will be passed in, I think. You don't export this, you just say let. So that was a problem. So there we go. You don't export that anymore. You just do the magic props thing, and then you can pass the classes that you want. You can make it have like different colors. We have a more obvious one. Yeah. I'm not thrilled with the color selection, but it works. Anyway, you get it. Classes work, you pass them in. But there are other things you may pass an SVG element, and you may not want to do this, like destructure and pass it along every time. And we haven't even typed this, so we could say like type props is class string, and then say that the props is actually this, and then this is happy because it's compatible. But if we really want to have a non-tight interface of how you can use this icon, then I do suspect, and I haven't done this before, that we should be able to specify SVG props or SVG maybe attributes. Maybe not. This SVGs is not HTML. Does that have something here? No. Other frameworks have like an SVG props type of thing. Okay, so what does this expect? Let's see. It looks fine. It looks like it has the things that we may want to pass. So why is it complaining? It wants an event target. It wants an event target. So anything that can receive events is an event target. Sounds like that. So now it's happy. Now we can use it like this. Works the same, but I suspect we can say that the props is this object, or you're not allowed to do this. You can only use it in a structure and pattern. So that's unfortunate, because I was thinking that you could get anything but class name, and then you have like the rest of the props, and then you can just spread them, and then it will just work. Like maybe get the ID, and then it still just works because every other thing will appear. Maybe you do this because you don't want the ID to be reused. I don't know. Like, I do want to spread the props, especially since class name is a reserved keyword. Didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to. Can I just destructure this and say rest props? Oh wow, feels silly but doable. All right, so now we can pass anything we could, anything we want in this SVG. So if we wanted to say that the fill is actually red, that wouldn't work. Stroke is red. Yeah, there you go. So if you wanted to pass in a stroke, you won't need to go back to your component and say, oh, specify that stroke, maybe a string or undefined. You just do this and move on with your life. Anything that's valid for an SVG element will be valid as a prop here, and you still get the, if you just make up like a prop, you still get the validation to say, this is not a real prop, you cannot use this. So anything you can legitimately put in an SVG, you can get with no extra effort, and you still get the warning if you try to use something that's not a real property, or like if you mix like the case, like should it be like stroke width or stroke width, like you do get this highlighting. I guess that's like a more realistic thing here, that I want to use stroke width. I don't remember if it's this. I don't remember if it's this. My editor remembers it's stroke width. So you get this for free. So that's neat. I can't think of a reason that that you shouldn't use rest props like this. Maybe in an interview, someone will tell you, you know, I've been told not to spread props because 5 years ago, like something happened and I'm not really thinking about any situations, but I'm just parroting knowledge. But yeah, if you want to be really strict with how you use these things, then you would define I only take class name and this. But realistically, like, that's not gonna happen. So just do it like this, especially for something like an icon component, which ideally you want to copy the SVG, maybe from Figma, copy paste it here, wherever. Like, you don't want to think of the use cases for everything. in every icon you create. Maybe for other components you wouldn't want to spread the props. That's fair. That's a good use case. But for an icon, just make it take anything an SVG takes and move on with your life. Right. So this looks nice. And we can say that other make it brighter. And have transition, so it will slowly go brighter and works on. Does it work on dark mode? Oh, too happy there. Yeah, so maybe on dark mode it gets this hover brightness, this subtler hover brightness, but on light mode it gets even more, even crazier. Oh well. Just showing a trick. But you may find that we've broken the tests. Let's double check. So now Playwright cannot find the YouTube icon that we've put in, because screen readers cannot find the YouTube icon that we've put in, because it doesn't have an accessible title. Like, you see it with your eyeballs that this is a YouTube icon and you're familiar with YouTube. But maybe someone cannot see like that. Maybe they don't recognize YouTube. Like you do, because you are on YouTube right now, but not everyone is you. So to make this accessible, there are a few ways we can go about this. We could add like the ARIA label, I guess, which we do get for free because we're spreading the props. And then our thing will be able to find it, test pass again. And we could be passing a title prop here, which is maybe a way to do it. Unfortunately, SVGs don't have a title prop. So we would need to extend the props of this object to get a title prop and then render the title here. Or you could just have, I guess, like everywhere you use this SVG, like you can have this title. And that's acceptable, and that should also pass the test because that's also acceptable, accessible. But maybe you don't want to hardcode this because you will want the title to be, you know, Paulina's YouTube channel, to explain which YouTube channel it is. I don't really know. I will use the ARIA label for now. Let me know if you have further thoughts on how this should be done. Always looking for great ideas. And move on to adding our two other links. So these need to be real things too. And we'll do the same thing. I guess maybe we could just paste YouTube a few times and spell Discord correctly and spell Instagram correctly. And then all we need to do is import them. 3 YouTube icons right there. But we go to JOHNNIFY, search for Discord. I guess there is no material icon for Discord, which makes sense. I was like, why did they do YouTube? Like, that's a company. But then it's more obvious. They're doing YouTube because it's Google They're promoting their own stuff. I should have a font that has JOHNNIFY Premium, the logo. Speaking of promoting your own stuff. Alright, so instead of making jokes, what we do now is paste the SVG props and then just, I guess, copy and paste. Remember to spread the spread the props here to paste the rest props. But this looks the same as this, so it's kind of easy to do, kind of fast to do. So let's time this. I see that we're getting in on 1 hour 6. Let's see how many seconds this takes me. Starting from now. Immediately I fumbled. But it's okay, I'm klutz. Material design icons, they have Instagram. Bang! In my speed, I forgot to paste it here, so I messed it up. See, you shouldn't always go for speed. So paste it here. You can see that it's a bit smaller, not like too small, but a bit smaller. Right. So everything is in here, all the icons that we want. Maybe we want to go to the footer and do the same thing. Not sure. Let's get a bit of coffee. A sip of coffee. I think about this further. Let's confirm that we didn't break anything. All works. So how can we make this nicer? We are using Tailwind UI and Daisy UI for this, but I don't think they have like a social links. Like, what do they have? Like, do they have anything nice? I will just do like a little list, but you know, maybe they have something that inspires us. Ah, bottom navigation is cool. Not as cool as I hoped. A very app interface. Diff, they have everything. Maybe a join. Yeah, it doesn't look too impressive. I think we'll just have them like stacked. It's fine. They do have hero sections, but I think I will also not do them. I guess we could have these links even like in the main page. They do have like a contact login form here. So should we like over engineer this already? Let's have an unordered list. And in here, let's have like all these items. Maybe we can use snippets for this. That could be fun. Like in this page, instead of creating like the social links thing, maybe we could use snippets. Right, so we've achieved nothing, but let's make this like a grid calls 3 or something. Does it look nice? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't look too bad. Yes, please take a class name. off. Come on, Sony, get together. Not everything, you know. Right, so let's apply the class name that we get given, and then do this. And the props may have a class. All right, and now we can give this a bit more margin, which is fine. Maybe we wouldn't want to do that because maybe the container is like a flex container or something. Doesn't matter. Don't overthink it. And these could have like the handle. Like that. Maybe that's how they're labeled actually, not like YouTube. It can actually have the handle name like @Paulina, @Paulina P or something. But let's not worry about it too much. Another thing that I realized is that probably you do want these to be outbound links because you don't particularly want to benefit YouTube. They have enough traffic or Discord or whatever. So you would want to add NorL follow or whatever it is. Like I have another website like no follow. Let's copy this. No opener, no refer. Where did the no follow come from? I'm sure that was a real thing. So you want target blank to open a new page, but whenever you do this, you also need to do this rel for security reasons. And if you don't want to remember to do this on every outbound link, we can once again take inspiration from our page title, let's say, and create an outbound link like I had in my JOHNNIFY project. I have a primary link, so I should probably have taken inspiration from that. So let's copy that one. Forget this ever happened. So that link, what's this? This one, what's the primary link? A link that looks like a button. And the outbound link has children, the things it's called, and then hrefs. And here, like again, we could be doing the same thing where we just pass in like all the props in the word. So let's do that. We will definitely be passing in these and overriding whatever they pass, I suppose. And let's see if we can do the same thing. That actually, do you want anything special for this? Probably not. So this will be the HTML anchor attributes. So it could be something with children, and because that's going to be a snippet, and HTML anchor attributes. And now it does have children, which is a snippet, not just a string. Great. And we don't need to explicitly get the href. We can get it as rest props and spread the rest props. And if we get a target or a rel, then they get ignored. We should say, like, ideally, you would say like omit. Wow, we're being like super explicit with this. I guess we're showing things. So everything but target and rel, because we are ignoring these. And I guess to be good, we should actually be getting class, renaming it to class name, because we do want to use it here to be nice. So let's see if I'll do it any better than before. This backticks, class name, almost named it. And now we can go to the contact page guess this one, and say I want to use my outbound link. And I would have expected this, like the refactoring was upset. So this is like, you shouldn't have a target on this one, and you shouldn't have a rel, which is good, because it gets ignored. No false pretenses that it doesn't get ignored. It gets used, so that's good. I am trying to get this element without breaking this, but it's not possible, so I'll have to non-multi-line select. No, it worked this time. Good, 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 good. Bad. What happened? Of course, I have like a million classes that I didn't want to add. So none of these classes. So actually the thing I did, I don't need it. Let's do this. Sure. Maybe just to say that I did something. We can do the brightness thing in the anchor. That's what I'm thinking. So all of this. No hovering. And the outbound link, maybe like every link, we can say that this is responsible of whether we want to do this. So if we change our minds at some point and we say, all right, these links should be like different color, then we just come in here and change it. I guess that makes sense. But I guess even if we change the color here, then the brightness would work the same, so we wouldn't need to change it in many places. Even if we change the color of the icon, then the brightness would be fine. All right, so that's good. Let's add these icons to the footer as well, because that may make us run into another problem regarding tests. So if we do go to the footer, let's copy all of these things, that script. Oof, this we don't have a dynamic date. Why? Perfect thing to ask. Like I've done this so many times, but I don't remember. It's gonna be faster just to get it from a different project. Maybe not for the fun of it. How can I use the date object to get a dynamic year? I just want to do like new date dot get year. I think that's it actually. Will it be faster? So it works the same, but next year this will be 2025, and when I say this, I mean like this year. You don't need to remember to update it, and then you have an updated website, which is great. I just needed to commit to doing it myself. Cool. So we have these guys, these little nav links. And maybe we can wholesale copy them from here. Only we don't want them huge, and they work even though they're weight. Great. So maybe here we just want like a flex container, maybe with a gap. And the width will definitely be tamer. so will the gap. Interesting, the thing with the flow columns. So UI should be this. The X should be inline, which we have elsewhere on the website. It's gonna look nicer. And yeah, that's it. I guess you'd have like a call to action here saying your handle even here, but we will do more specific design stuff later. And I will probably change this to be like my favorite, like Made with Love by Johnny. It's like a subtle beat here. And do I have it on this website too? Yeah, anonymous on this one. All right, we don't want this anymore. I'll keep this open. Always be promin. Good, but do our tests still pass? Maybe not. And they don't, because then Playwright is confused. They're like, I find more than one of those links. So what's up with that? It finds a YouTube link here, as expected, but also on the footer. So that's not good. One way to resolve this is to always be looking like inside the footer. If you're checking in the footer, always be looking for like another container. So I think we can get the main container. Or main page or something. In the main element, I want this to be. You could get the section by the heading, I guess, but maybe that's a bit much. Anyway, what I'm trying to do is get by role. Is main a real role? Yeah. And then everywhere from then on here, let's say so you can do this, get the main element, and then instead of checking the page, check within the main element. And this would pass again. If you had sections, you could also be using the section names and then confirm that the correct section has the correct links. So your footer links are there, and here you see this. This needs better, nicer copy, but we won't do it now. We'll move on. Have a huge agenda and just make them a bit smaller. 24, is that the real thing? I think I will flex this. I think that looks better. And you can have the handle here. Anyway, doing this just to double check those look in the specific section so the tests still pass with flying colors. Good. So now that we have a few icons, we know like the process, Iconify, SVG or Figma, like your designer sends you this, whatever, you go to SVG because often designers don't know about these tricks. They just design things in Figma and they have crazy properties that you want to remove. And then you create your Svelte component, which isn't like that much, but it is a bit of work. What about Svelte SVG, an excellent plugin, which I've often used. It's a Vite plugin that you can use, and will read your SVGR config that can be a bit intimidating, but it's not like too crazy. So I have used it in a few videos, but I will not today. The reason is, even though it has TypeScript support and has easier TypeScript support than the last time I talked about it on stream, it still has the kinda annoying thing, not by the fault of the package, that because in order to make something like this happen, where you can magically import SVG files as Svelte components, you need to tell TypeScript that anything that ends like this is a Svelte component, and TypeScript will be convinced. However, this will also work if you try to import something that doesn't exist. So if I try to import local SVG, because TypeScript will see that it has the question mark component import, which we are telling it always trust that this is a Svelte component, it will not flag the error, and then I will save, and then I will get an error because Vite will say I cannot find this file. And I also will not be able to have my editor help me. So if in the header I want like the YouTube icon or whatever, you can see that the editor will autocomplete this for me, import it like this. If you are using a plugin like this, then it doesn't really understand, your editor doesn't really understand that any SVG can be imported as a Svelte component like this. That would be a great plugin to have, someone should create this, but at the moment it doesn't exist. Well, if you do the hard work of creating the Svelte component yourself, then of course your editor does know that you have this Svelte component because it's right there. It can see it, it's clear, and it will help you autocomplete it. So it's a small thing. If it's a portfolio website which only has like a few icons that I'm gonna need, then I will take in the work. If it's something that has like tons of icons, like a more dashboard type application where your designers, you have a whole team and they have like 60 icons, you wouldn't want to manually get in here, copy designs from Figma, get back in and update like the SVG. Even if it takes a bit of time, it is something to do, like more steps. That's when I would use something like Popa Svelte SVG, because you can set up your SVGO stuff. You won't need to go to this page and paste everyone in. You just update them in there, paste them in as SVGs, then everything else works. So as always, you know, most of things don't have silver bullets, unlike the self-posting fonts nowadays. That is a silver bullet. Do it and you get better performance. Most other things are advantages and disadvantages, drawbacks and wins. In this case, I do suggest just create the Svelte component for your icon. I needed to talk about this though, because this is an awesome tool and you may find it helpful. Start. All right, getting there. So we are rendering some things on the backend, and this is kind of like a static website, so it's unlikely this would ever fail, he says with confidence. But what if it does? Let's take a sip of coffee once again and go to our puppy repo, pets in memory repo, and say that when we try to get all of these things, then we throw new error, server went boom. And then we get an internal error, which interestingly enough, you will notice that we do get the header and the footer, but we get this error in the middle, but we still get something. And the reason is that in this case, our layout component does manage to render. So we have lib source routes layout. This layout component does manage to render just fine. Like all of the crazy stuff that it's doing here just works. They do manage to bring in the header component and the footer component. That's why they render perfectly. But it is this root homepage that breaks. So this one. And actually it's the backend of this page that breaks, because it's here where we get all the pets. And it's this method behind the scenes, the one where talks to an imagery database that fails. So contact page works just fine. We even have page transitions. Page transitions works even if you have the error in this page, because it's only this like sub page that fails, which is quite interesting. But I guess the problem is, even if this is unlikely to happen, it may happen on your next projects. And I don't think I mentioned, I did mention for sure that you can use this portfolio project as your first project, find your first client and delete them, or gift this website to someone that you love and tell them I made a portfolio page for you, or a marketing page for like your ice cream coffee shop, whatever. Enjoy, and then you will want to create something that talks to a real database, in which case it's very likely you will have errors at some point. And for that reason, you will want to have some more professional UI than 500 internal error, like misaligned. Like you'd want to have something else. So that's why we will be talking about error boundaries, as you may have heard of in React land. But that's kind of cool. Like only this page fails, so you only get the error here. So I will keep that in. The way that errors work with SvelteKit is that if an error happens, SvelteKit will try to find a magic plus error.svelte page and render it in this place. So we have said that SvelteKit has some magic names, and they always start with plus in the case of files. So plus layout, plus page.server.ts, plus page.svelte, plus server, plus layout.ts. I'm not going to list them all. One of them is plus error.ts. If that exists, then it's going to render the Svelte component that's inside your custom error. If not, it defaults to this one, which does the work. It's something. It doesn't expose like private information here. It doesn't say, you know, this API key, ABCE, like pin code, whatever, has expired. So it doesn't embarrass you, but it's not much. So let's try to recreate this. And if you want an error page that catches like everything, then you can just put it on the root. So source routes in this level, the root of your routes directory, plus error.svelte. And you can see immediately that this disappears because it is rendering already this page. And this page doesn't have any children, and they recommend, I guess, using this one. Does that always exist? That sometimes exists, I guess. And we have access to the page store, which if it always has access, the page store always has access to the status code. So usually it's going to be 200. In the connect page, which doesn't fail, you get a successful response code of 200. Maybe you get like a 201 or something if you've just created something. Doesn't matter. But for errors, this may be like 404 or maybe like 400 for like a validation error. And if we have access to the error, if there has been an error to the page, this always exists. But if it's like a 400, 500, very likely there will be an error in the page, and that error may have a message, so you can render it here. And the reason you may want to do that is because you will want to style this as the rest of your app. So you can say container and put stuff in here, and then immediately like this aligns with other stuff that you can see like in different sections of the website, so it looks like a bit better, a bit more professional. And usually you'd say something lame like it put this in a paragraph maybe, and have a page title again. And say that something went wrong, like this. And then have like more information. Maybe tell them to like try reloading the page. Okay, we've had a problem. And then we can have like a primary button. Saying try refreshing. And on here, like maybe we want to do like a hard refresh. And reload the window, like browser, heavy browser reload. Is it not a real thing, reload? I'm making this up. Ah, and the primary button. Do we need to do the same thing that we've been doing all along? So let's say that this has HTML button props, button attributes. For now, class as class name. Oh, another chance to do it well. Let's see. No more horsing around. Nailed it. And also spread the props. I forgot to get the rest of the props. That's what the rest props means. The rest of the props, not no rest for the weekend, nothing like that. So here I want to provide an on click. Ah, window location reload. Come on, come on. Failed the interview right there by not remembering this. Needs Google for everything. What kind of principal engineer is this guy? Every kind, best kind. So you press this and then the website like reloads. Maybe you want like something softer, like the client-side router. But if something really did go wrong, I would suggest just getting it back to the server. That's why I'm doing like this type of reload. And we can make this a flex call container and give it like some cap. And would we say the error message? Maybe we can say if there is an error message. Then you can enter it in here. And maybe this section. Maybe it's actually just this. The flex container. So by default, flex items like stretch. I don't want it to stretch. So I want it to be self-start. What is this? Yes, self-start. There you go. Whoa. Alright, this looks fine to me. But we will make it a bit better by importing an image, because I love these images. Prepare for the best image of the day. Like, of course, we have like all the pets, but this one I did like even more. So I won't put it right here, but I won't put it in the source because it's gonna get optimized by Vite. So this be like the error component, like the main error section. Thinking about it much. I'll just put it here and move on with my life. So an error has happened, and therefore I'm imagining like a noir detective duo here. And that's how I've arrived to this. Pretty good. Kinda awesome. A grown-up Summer in Winston. And I cannot get beyond this little cravat mini tie this Labradoodle has. Just beautiful. Anyway, how do we bring this in? We'll do image optimization once again, and we can take inspiration from our own pet card page, because we're doing enhanced images here too. So in the error page, maybe like somewhere, who knows, maybe it's going to be the page title, and next to that it's going to be this image. And where we import the image is going to be how we did it in our repository, the memory repository, which is like this. And let's bring in error image, and it's actually just error webp. And we're not going to be passing in width now, we will be passing it later. Maybe let's pass it now and see if we want a bigger one. Lowercase. Good. So here actually the alt is going to be didn't quite work. So is the error image actually here? Now we got like an even harder error. It's kind of funny. And we don't need to bring this in, right? No. Looks correct. No sources for this guy. Is it because it's named error? name it error detectives, just in case. Like now it cannot find the file, which is fair enough. This be a what did we actually do in the repository? This is something I rushed through. It is brought in like this, but it is uppercased, I guess. It is uppercased. Is that the problem? Maybe because it's brought as something else, like the case in its magic. When your error page has errors, then you have problems. Ah, it's just this. Come on, Johnny, get it together. Source is because we were putting it as the source of a different object. Got confused there. Right, but I like the name, Error Detectives. So that's all well and good. TypeScript was telling me all along, it just wasn't willing to listen. But maybe we can have this be in its own section. And say that this, can it have a max width? Maybe grid equals 2, 3, and this has a call span 2, an item center maybe. You can have this be like a hero image as well, if we want to have like even more fun. Yeah, so we could see this, we can have the image like this, or have it be like the hero image that they have somewhere else, or get something from small CSS. Unsure. I just think it's cute. So they get an error, but they also get a cute picture, so maybe they'll come back, they'll try again. And be like, oh, I want more errors. All right, so enough fun with that. Now enough fun with that. So we have this little error page. If we go back to our in-memory repo and stop blowing up, we see the page, the regularly scheduled page. But again, if this blows up, This happens, they're told to refresh, maybe next time. Can I do like a random? Yeah, let's do it like 50-50. That could be fun. So no error, no error, no error, error. And then they refresh the page and hey, it works again. Great. Good. I think that's it for now. We do not have nice transitions. These do nothing. But the next thing we can talk about is custom error pages, because error pages in Svelte also include 404 pages. 404 is a type of error, after all. So, I don't think we'll be adding any more icons. If we go to does not exist, like maybe like summer page, we end up in the error page because 404 is a type of error. And we could be doing something else. Instead of rendering this, we could be showing a different page. So maybe all of this could be like the generic error page or something. Let's save this for now. So everything but this, forgot to commit before. Like in real life, I do commit bespoke, like atomic commits almost. Yeah, but in stream sometimes I forget. So we added links to socials, generic error page. Generic style error page, and now we want 404 pages too. So maybe you always want the container, maybe you have like the components here. The main thing is that we know we have access to the page error here, and we have access to the page status. And if the status is 404, that's what we'll use to check to render a different component, I suppose. So, and what would change, like it would be very similar, I guess. Like we can over-engineer this. But also we can not over-engineer this. Not sure. Like this changes, the image will change, and this copy will change. So maybe it's like quite different. So let's change everything. Everything will be in a container. Let's get this out. Maybe just copy this, copy, paste. Put in our components directory this copy, say that this is error, like generic error page section. Yeah. It's generic error. And it's not going to have the container, it's not going to have the main, because it's going to be put in here. And it needs everything else, and it has everything else. It doesn't need to get given anything else. And in our error page, instead of doing this, we can say if page status is 404, then we can have a div that says else, and instead of having all of this, we just render the error page, the generic error. I will call it page just to be more explicit, because generic error feels like an interface for an error, not a Svelte component. And I won't need any of these. And I can get this image and put it in this directory. Demis. Don't think I did. Yeah. Sometimes when vite fails to import something, that's one of the few cases where you do need to return the dev server, to restart the dev server even. So once again, let's go to our page repo just to confirm. So in here, this fails, we still get our error page, but if we go to any page that doesn't exist, we end to our custom error page, which we are going to create. So we'll copy paste the generic error and actually say 404 error, not found page. Page not found. And we'll do something with a primary button that is not reload, because if you can't find the page, unlikely you'll ever find it. But first we want to go to our plus error component. And here say if it is 404, render the not found page. We enter this. And we can say, since we have access to the page store, it has access to the URL, and we can find the path name. So we could even say /summer, so they know, like if it's like a different ID, maybe that will help them. And here, this could actually be a primary link, which gets us to home. Which will get you to the home page and everything is fine. But the no primary button here, I need to make the refactoring that we did for the button component. We could have like a link or button component, and then you pass in the element, whether you want it to be an anchor or a button. But we didn't go for that this time. But it's not passing class name. It is, sorry. Of course it is. So the props are gonna be this, and HTML anchor attributes. Bring that in. Children. And get the class name. Do this again for pros. Right, getting there. So just for not found page, let's bring in a different image. 404. This one. And we could put all of these in like a subdirectory, components, error pages. It doesn't really matter. I imagine that now these guys off duty are still looking for your page. Cuteness as a service. Not found image. Let's just call it not found. I did. Painting a beautiful canvas here. And if you were looking for something else, this would also update here. Even if it's like a nested route or whatever else. And if we were to add the summer route, then magically we would render it here. So I think that's nice. Error pages, as we said, are unlikely to be seen. In a website such as this, everything should always just work. But for pages, like people mistype things all the time. So, you know, maybe they just slip and add like a little parameter or something. And then they end up into something nice. They click the button, they get back to the homepage, they're happy. I think that's a happy scenario. Happy little user journey. So I will count this as feature. And say error not found pages. But there is one more thing to talk about, which we won't need, because in this case, maybe we will need in the future. So in the future, you will be able to click here and go and see more images for the related puppy, all the summer pictures or the Winston pictures, blah, blah, blah. But if that is a nested route, then you will need to do something extra to have an error page specific to that route. If you want. If you don't want to go all the way back up to the catch-all, then you will need to specify with REST props, telling to the wrong thing. Nest. So the example would be if we had like a pets route and we wanted a specific error not found page. This error boundary would only catch errors inside Chico, Harpo, or Groucho. It would not catch errors that are related to not found because this directory would not resolve it would go all the way back up to here and also are generic for 4 pages. So if we wanted a custom error page just for this, then we would need to use the spread parameters and directory, which would tell SvelteKit, catch everything under Marx Brothers. First, find this or this or this. If nothing matches, then render this. And inside here is where we would be putting a regular page component, which in this case would be our error page, because it would be throwing the not found. And then the error boundary here would be catching that not found too, because suddenly we are in this directory that has this deeper error component. Hopefully that makes sense. I will show it if we get to it, but I think it's likely we won't, not sure. So I wanted to talk about it. I do know that a lot of you will have this use case, will be dynamically using databases and getting things by ID and that sort of thing. So you may need that. But of course, it's easy to deprioritize a feature just like this, just having these generic 4 pages and error pages. I think that's good enough. That makes your website professional enough. But this would take it to, like, you know, the next level if you're looking for stuff to do. So we talked about this. I should actually link to the correct stuff here. And remember to update the description. As always, if someone asks in the comments, I do add timestamps, but it is quite tricky for me to do. But with all of this, like just over 2 hours in, we're getting to internationalization. We'll make this available in multiple languages. So the meat of the stream. Let's see how well we'll do. And we'll take just a little bit, not really a break, just to confirm that my puppy is sleeping peacefully. Metaphorically gone, literally on the couch, like sleeping peacefully, so all good. Stream can go on beautifully. So, internationalization. I already rambled a little bit about how a great thing you can do for accessibility is to make your website available in many languages. Most of the people don't speak English. I barely speak English, to be honest. And there is not enough content on YouTube about how you can set up an internationalized and localized website. We've done quite a few streams, so I can pat myself on the back. And I can get into what's internationalization versus what's localization, but that's a bit splitting hairs. Let me know if you're interested in me talking about this more. I think we should actually just get into it. And do I actually have a link on me talking about this? All right, so 4-hour stream, like adding internationalization in hindsight to the SvelteKit Learn project that we were doing last year. Really good stream. I really liked it. I really liked doing it. I think we were very successful in it. We will be using Inlang yet again, and the Paraglide package, which has been updated substantially since then. So let's see how it goes today. Ideally, you will have internationalization in mind at the start of your project, because changing things in hindsight is trickier, and it is what we did here, but maybe today we haven't done that much. Maybe it's going to be easier to just do it today. It's definitely harder when you've already built your website, you already have users and clients, and then you're like, oh, maybe I want to add parameters, language parameters in the website. Not going to be great. But I do think the steps we're taking here are really good. I think I explain things decently. Feel free to have a look at that stream. In this one, we may start with something different, with just seeing how Inlang is doing nowadays in the Paraglide library. Start from there. Yeah, so now I remember. So in that stream, we went step by step. How would you do internationalization normally, old school, without any other libraries? Then how to work with Inlang, which is a great project that has some internationalization standards, and how to store your stuff in like JSON format. And then we brought in Paraglide. So we built up into Paraglide. Today, we'll try to go straight to the Paraglide adapter for SvelteKit, because it was promising back then, and I do think they fixed quite a few things, and I just went through the docs, but this is going to be live reaction. Is it actually good to use? There is still a link somewhere in for the docs that have happened presenting this package, but as always, and in the docs themselves, what I find is that there's a lot of you simply do this and you simply do that, and it's not simple for me. It's kind of tricky for me. So don't worry, step by step. Like here it is, like a breeze to set up. Okay, let's see. We're 2 hours 10 in. Let's see how breezy it's gonna be. Cool. So the idea for us is, if you go to the website normally, you should see the English copy, because that's going to be our default language. If you go to /el, maybe you'll go to the Greek for the Linica Greek version, and ES for Spanish, the Spanish version. We'll see if that works. There are websites that can make it work just by using the same URL always. That can be worse for SEO, that are more considerations that you need to have. And in the end, we will get the user's preference regarding whether they want to see something in English or in Greek, and respect that and show them the website the way they prefer it to begin with. I think that's good. I think I would make the case of not having the language in the URL, actually, because then I can paste the URL to WhatsApp to a friend of mine, and maybe they speak Portuguese, and they shouldn't see the Greek version that I am seeing. They should see the Portuguese version if it's not available, or the English version if that's unavailable, not Greek. So having the same URL both for me and my friends that have a different language as their primary language is handier for sharing the links. But I can see that for crawling reasons, for SEO, like that sort of thing, that you will want dedicated names. But why are we optimizing things for the Google crawlers and stuff? That I cannot answer. But I'm not sure. I don't think that the Paraglide takes into account my preference, but I will open this deal Chrome window and also go to localhost. This one has the prime preference of Greek. So if this appears in Greek, then they are taking that into account, or else we'll need to do it ourselves. So lots of steps to go even before we get to the bonus stuff. And it's all about internationalization, but don't worry, like it's breezy to set up. It should be quick. So first things up, this is a package that has a command that sets stuff up for us, which I have found tricky before I ran it for the first time, and I haven't actually run it ever here. I haven't run it lately, let's see. So I'll use pnpx, even though I don't think that would make a difference, and try to initialize this project. I expect the wizard to have some questions for us. Are you using VS Code? Yes. Great. That's it. So they are recommending VS Code in the workspace recommendations. Thanks. But that aside, the inline VS Code extension is actually really good and will help us if it's working correctly. So it wants us to pnpmi, which is bringing in the new thing. It added packagization. It created a project inline settings station, which I also found, it's the thing I found trickier. It's like, what's the format of this? What do I do? Like, that's something that I needed to like Google a lot to figure out. But I think we're good. I think we'll be good. I think I'll be able to explain this today. Let's also run a pnpm run format, just in case they unformatted a few things, which they did. So what was added here? They've added a post install script. How cheeky of them. So every time you install, it compiles some translations messages according to the inline config. I suppose that's what this is doing, and change the build step. So before we build the bit build, it's added this command to create the translations for us. Interesting. Once again, they added the inline packets in the packagization, but they added it like non-alphabetically. It's like someone must have been raising like this issue, and they're like deprioritized. Like, who would care about this? I care about this. Like, it works the same, don't worry. Right, so these are all the changes in packagization. Great. It added this to the inline VS Code extensions. I do have a video about having a recommendation station in your project. VS Code extension station. Do I have it in this project? Yeah. So I should have a link to my video explaining this actually, to be honest, but I don't. And since we're here, let's add and talk about recommended extensions. So git ignore, better git ignore files, VS Code with ESLint, if you use ESLint in your project, I do. The Pretty VS Code plugin for sure, 100% recommended. GitHub Actions, we do have a GitHub action here, so I not recommend it. .env, we won't be using .env in this, but maybe we will, not sure. Not recommended. Playwright extension, yes, we have been running the steps with this, and the Svelte VS Code extension essential as well. That's how we can understand VS Code around the Svelte language server, get a lot of hints. And they also want the inline extension, I guess. So let's bring that in. So if you download this project and open it up, VS Code is going to show a pop-up that tells you, do you want to install the recommended extensions? So if you're missing them, then they will be installed for you. And I do this in a lot of the repos that I have, because people often ask me, like, what's this plugin? What's this extension? What you're using? Like, very often, if you look at the repos, it's included there. Just check them out, you'll get them too. Right, so that's recommended extensions. Then a project ID. Who knows what this does? There is a project inline directory. I see, that didn't exist last time. So that's the inline project ID, may be related for the editor or the machine translation stuff that we may be doing later on. Who knows? And most importantly, a settings.json, which I've made this joke before, but you open this and you're like, what's happening? How do you set this up? They're telling you that, oh, it has a schema file, so you can open this, and then, you know, this answers your questions on how to fill this in, right? This should make it clear. So it doesn't. So let's try to figure this out. We do want to specify what's my source languages, like my core primary language, English. We did say that we want to provide English and Greek, EL, and then maybe Spanish. We'll get into that. And the modules are mostly about linting. So a lot of the rules are about linting. Something in the inline CLI tool, when you run a few of these commands, like the lint command, it will be checking what you've specified here and then warn you. So if you have an empty translation, then it's going to warn you. If you have an identical translation, then it's going to warn you. If you have a translation in the English file, but you don't have one for the EL file, or then you add like yes and you're missing some, then it's going to warn you. So the modules are a lot of lint tools, but also there are some modules that are needed for the inline plugins to run, or for Inlang to understand how you're specifying your transitions. So in our case, we're keeping them in JSON files, but I suspect they're going to be in JSON files in a specific format that will also be using this weird plugin and function manager message format, which is, I think, mostly meant for machines to read. Anyway, that's by the by. I think that should have been important to note that a lot of the modules are for linting, don't really worry about them, and a couple of them are modules that the Paraglide Inlang plugin needs to actually understand your translations and transpile them into whatever SvelteKit is going to be important. So those two. And then these are options specific for the message format plugin module here. The message format module is the one that says, all right, you'll have your translation files somewhere, and I'm going to treat them as JSON or whatever else. And I want an option of where will you be keeping your translations. In Paraglide's case, I guess they like calling the translations messages. Some other people call them dictionaries or something. So by default, it's filling this out for us to say that they are in the messages. And then the language tag, so messages en.json or messages el.json. I think you can do something like this. If you want to have all your English translation have like different files. But for now, I think we'll just keep this and have a different translation. Just one file per language. So en.json, el.json. But you could have a directory called en, directory called el, it, whatever your language is, and then many files inside that should be combined, like main page, contact page.json, like something like that. There are different ways to do this. And that's why I do like using Inlang and other tools like this, because standardization is best and great for projects like this. For the trickier the project, the better it is to have standards and not try to be like loosey-goosey and flexible. All right, so I think I understand this. And I think that's all that have been added. No, that's just some pretty formatting that happened by accident. And I see that it didn't actually create a messages.something. So it did create a Paraglide directory that does have a messages thing. So we will keep it going through here and see. So step 0, set a Paraglide. Great. Add the Vite plugin. Let's do it. Let's do it with pnpm. And even though it's the same. And the Paraglide adapter. So that's setting up Inlang, even though it did do more stuff to set up Paraglide later. That's kind of weird. So we have brought in the adapter. Yes, we are using SvelteKit, so you choose your own adapter. Maybe like in the CLI, you should ask instead of, do you have VS Code? So we can suggest the plugin. The plugin is this, by the way. And no project found. Interesting. I wonder if I need to reload to find this, but we'll keep going. I was expecting that now that we have this weird... Oh. So now that we have this .project inlang directory, I did expect the plugin to work. Let's reload. Oh, it works. It just needed a reload. Great. Oh, that's going to be awesome. So yeah, ask if you have VS Code. Maybe say, would you like to install the VS Code plugin? Don't say, do you have VS Code, and then do it for you. It's just unclear to me. But outside of that question, are you going to be using Next.js? Are you going to be using SvelteKit? Have that be an option, and then it brings in the adapter for you. I think that'd be neat. Anyway, we've brought in this adapter, and now in our Vite config, we need to set up where the inline project lives, I suppose, and where the out directory should be. This file was also created for us. We found this directory was created for us. So let's go to the vidconfig and add this plugin. Vidconfig, we have the enhanced images. I'll add it first. And import paraglide. We're not in VS Code, so it didn't quite work. So project inlang, it's this directory. Oh no. Oh no, it's not gonna work with Svelte 5. Oh no. Disaster. Alright, I'm not gonna give up yet. I'll keep going just in case there are like some more instructions here. Just in case. But yeah, I can only imagine. This just happens from because Paraglide is doing like something funky, right? Yeah, the moment you bring this in, then this happens. Unfortunate. GitHub. Why is this the Opera monorepo? Is this the inline one? I guess so. I guess it's this one. Paraglide, Svelte 5. Like I won't open like this this feature now, just in case. Just some quick debugging since we're here. What's there? We got like rendered children, unexpected character. This. We are living on the edge. Yeah, not this. Unfortunate. We'll see. Let's keep following the instructions and see if it still fails. It will. We may downgrade. Maybe we just need this. Who knows? So let's see. So let's create this file. Source lib i18 makes sense. But it's not from a send. So what's this setup somewhere? It is using slots, so that's not good, is it? But let's go to our layout in here. And we still need the reroute handle hook. So let's create a hook file. We haven't created one already. And it says, go try it out. And in here, it is claiming that it's gonna find like this file. Let's npmi yet again, just in case. Npm run dev. And this one still fails for quite a few reasons. One of them being that it cannot find this file. This file is here. Let's try to find it like this, I guess. So maybe that's a bit better. And in this hooks file, it just import this. So new error just dropped. Yes. All right, so I am in roots mode. So first thing is, let's not be harsh on roots mode. Let's see if it will still kind of work. But then, like, it doesn't like this, so that's bad. But just to check if this library works, let's add Svelte 4 just for a moment. We'll go back to Svelte 5. But just to see, okay, if you are using Svelte 4 in your project, is this breezy? Like, I don't think it's breezy. Don't get me wrong, this is a great project. Things may be simple for you because you're passionate about internationalization and you have spent your life and expertise in creating internationalization libraries, but you shouldn't assume that oh, and now, of course, we cannot do the snippets. So yeah, this is a disaster for us. This would never gonna work. I thought that would just drop in Svelte 5 and that move on with our lives, but it's not gonna work, of course. It's not gonna work. So we'll need to do internationalization without paraglide. Is what I understand now. We have these settings, which is good. I wish I remembered how I set things up in that other stream. So clearly, we have this I18 thing, this magic create internationalization thing must be returning like a reroute hook. Okay, and a few helper methods to get the language from the URL and resolve routes. It is doing like quite a lot of things for us, but we cannot use it. So what happens if I don't have this paraglide helper in my project? This works. So what does the width thing actually work? What does this do? What does this do? It will automatically compiler. Guess they were breezy with a typo correction here. So kind of promising. If I don't use this plugin, then the app still works. And if all this adapter was doing was recompile these messages, then we may be fine. Because the rest of these things still work. The language provider magically works. Is this adding anything to the root of the page? Yeah, it is running. It is adding left to right LTR here, so that's good. That's promising. So maybe all we need is to fix that that adapter. Maybe. But not now. Like, maybe all we need is to recompile like the assets whenever we make changes to our dictionaries, our messages. All right. And if I go to EL, that's another question. We do still make it, so I think this is actually going to work. We'll just need to be recompiling the translation. So very promising, very good. The other problem is that this has like so many things and it doesn't tell you like, where do I put my translations? What do I do? What do I do? Go try it out. How? So I have remembered from somewhere else that we import star as M from somewhere, from the messages, I guess. And then this has like the copy, but so I think this is what we need to be doing. But this could be a bit better fleshed out. Anyway, so I feel like all of the messages are going to be ending up in this file, compiled into this file, but we have no messages. We are claiming that we are putting our messages in messages language tag JSON. I will put them in source messages language tag JSON. So let's see if that's going to work. And then try to go for memory. So we did talk about this. We did set up inlang and paraglide. And let's see if we can write and use English and Greek copy here. So maybe in the header, let's say that this should be something else. So for this one, let's see if the inline plugin, which they did tell us to use, if I manage to get this and do like extract message. Oh, here, quick action. Inline extract message. Great. Contact. And use it like this. Perfect. It's not imported the thing which I think should be imported as import. I guess this is from Paraglide. So yeah, and $paraglide is not a real thing. So why would you not do it? Why would you not put it in the lib directory? Why? So let's look at another thing. Let's see if we can add this alias here. So I don't want to do that forever. So free tip. Let's see. Can get there. Path aliases are handled by the config, Svelte config. This is the Svelte config kit alias. And do this. Should we just call it M? Sure. And we want to do this, right? So, or this. So copy relative path here from source paraglide messages. And did this work? And now in my header, I'm able to say from M. Why is that like too silly? Let's say $M. Or do I need to do dollar things? Let's git config alias path alias. So let's say $M is source paraglide messages, which is source paraglide messages. Reload this, reload everything. And in my header, import from $M. And that exists, but this doesn't have contact. Great. But our editor, our VS Code plugin, I saw that it did create source messages en JSON. Perfect. So I did create the English version of this. So now, if we manually run npm run build, I guess, or if we just npm install, like the post install script will do it, compile. So I don't see an error anymore. The good thing with Paraglide is that this is correct, and we even have the hint that you don't have a variant for EL. Great. Perfect. So we're getting there. So we do get the preview of this text, which is also amazing when we are going to have like long paragraphs, because you'll be able to see the preview. So the inline plugin is actually quite essential here. It's very, very handy. But what else do I want to say? Maybe I want to say like one more thing. Maybe that was just it. We do need the Greek version of this. So if I go to EL, I want this to say epikinonia, which is Greek for contact. So if I go here, in current file, it even knows that this is here and that the L is missing. And I can even write this here. I cannot request a machine translation, which you can use elsewhere, but that's super handy. So if I say epikinonia, this should be added in the file. Unfortunately, this doesn't refresh because the adapter doesn't exist. But now that I recompile, we get epikinonia. Bam! Nailed it. Saved it. Amazing. High fives to the left, high fives to the right, please. Nice. So as always, great job. Paraglide developers, inline developers, great community, great project, very important project. I just cannot stress enough that some things are not simple for everybody, especially for something like being in the internationalization domain. You understand this, I'm sure. So a few more steps in the documentation, a bit more gracefulness in the documentation would be appreciated. Especially since the documentation isn't quite accurate now. Of course, edge use case here, we live on the edge. We're using Svelte 5, which is in preview. Not crazy that it's not working with Svelte 5 yet, but it took a while figuring out what wasn't working exactly and what this does. Like you have like the context hints of what this is doing from the other sections. But if it just said in clear text that this will be recompiling the project for you even when you run the dev server, so you don't have to do it manually, I would better understand that, oh, even like with this removed, if this doesn't work with Svelte 5, I can just not have this and then just make sure to rerun the server myself and then spend less time debugging and complaining. But this is awesome. So again, we are in the EL version of the website. EN version of the website gets me here. Now the question is, one of the questions, what does this guy get? Gets the EN version. So this person's preference is Greek. Ideally, like one would argue that since they've messed with their browser preferences in Chrome to say that their preferred language is Greek, they should be getting Greek to begin with, unless they mess with the toggle. So we'll see if we can resolve that later. But first, let's add more copy. But first, let's see if we can have that dev server run for us on watch mode or whatever. So in packetization, they're running this compile thing every time. Can I run this in watch mode? Can I run this in watch mode? Probably not. npm run script in watch mode. There must be something for this. Ugh, Node.js. On scenes, sure. Last updated a million years ago. What about this? Quite a few changes, but not many. This has more. So let me explain this step again. Because the Vite plugin, the handy Vite plugin that is recompiling translations for us, it doesn't seem to be working. I want to see if I can use something like this to do the same thing. So let's see. I do like generate commands called generate. Therefore, let's create a generate I18 command and say that we want to use that onChains package that we're going to bring in. npm add the onChains. Never used this before, but I'm sure I've used like similar tools, maybe tools that are using this behind the scenes. Nothing can go wrong. And what we want to say, so maybe that's like the watch, like generate I18 watts. And this will be gotten something and doing npm run overthinking this. So generate I18 should be doing all of this. So post install, I can just say npm run generate I18. And maybe for build, I can do the same thing. Hello, Carol. Nice to see you in the chat. Yes, I do keep sipping, but I'm grateful that you always do seem to keep up with my streams and content. I know that you haven't watched them all the way, but who has? It's like 10 hours of content every week now, so it's impossible. We're gonna have more content than One Piece, the anime and the manga one day. Right, so we have this generate command now. Content of this file is newer. Ugh. Whoops. I think it added the onChains one. onChains. Let's run this again. It's fine. Did I do it again? Leave this unsaved while adding this. Oh, Johnny. Cute. Cute. All right. So Just overwrite. Just overwrite. Overwrite around this and it's gonna be fine. All right. So we have this generate internationalization command, and we are running it post install and before build, like the Paraglide creators want us to. And now we're using this on change packets to say, look into my this directory. So what's the relative path here? Look for changes in here, name JSON file in here. And when that happens, run pnpm run generate i11, i18. This looks like 11 to me. All right, so in theory, this may work. We'll find out. I'll open another window here and run this what's command, this easy what's command, easy breezy what's command. And now it's looking on these things. So just for funsies, if we go here and change this to this, it does update. We did it. Nice. So great alternate here. If you're using Svelte 5 and therefore the Vite Paraglide adapter doesn't work, you don't need it, because I think that's the only thing it's doing. It's running the compiler every time you change one of your files to be compiled. You can set this up for you, and it's going to work. So take this back, and this disappears. Great. So Kirill says, SaaS is technology always a trade-off between time spent on relaxing and falling off on streams. You do hope to finish the Superbase series, though. Yes, we will be doing more Superbase in the future, inspired by the Discord as well. Great post, or we work slightly together to solve an end-to-end tested login registration and authentication flow, which is easier to do with Superbase. So I'll definitely be revisiting that, and I still recommend Superbase for lots and lots of projects. And you said trade-off, and the beginning of the stream I did talk about using the right tool for the job, which we have discussed a lot in the chat, and recommended that if you actually have a portfolio, if you want to create a portfolio website such as this, maybe Astro would be the best tool for that job. But if you're looking to get into engineering and start progressing into projects that are talking to a database, that are taking payments, those are possible to do with Astro, but I do think the transition would be easier if you start doing a SvelteKit or Next.js portfolio website, and then next project, something that talks to a database. It would be much more pleasant, much better DevEx if you are using something like SvelteKit. You can do it with Astro, but really, like, the ideal tool for the portfolio side, blog side, could be Astro, could very well be the best tool for that job, but much like Astro can be the best tool for that job, SvelteKit, a meta framework like that, is better for the job of talking to a database, I find, for the things that I want to do with databases. But yeah, I was thinking of you because we've discussed this a little bit at that point. Anyway, let's do more coffee. To have a lot of coffee here. Let's do more copy. Let's see. So with Svelte 4, I would be able to like command click this and get to the right component, which would be awesome. Like that would be like the best flow ever. But I cannot. So Svelte 5 throwbacks, unfortunately. But let's see. Let's see if we can turn this into copy. So let's copy this text, I guess. We didn't need to copy this, sorry. I just need to think of a name, which unfortunately is like one of the hardest things in engineering, sadly. Let's call it hero copy, render it like this, and then, much like we did in the header, we import star MSM. We've set that thing up, that handy helper up too. So we get this. This needs to be escaped. This is automatically escaped. If you actually want to do HTML, I suspect we need to do this. So we have the same thing here, and we can go to Paraglide again and say that the hero copy for Greek my Greek is off. I'm speaking in English now. Problem with localization versus internationalization that sometimes you don't need to directly translate. You don't literally translate some things. You have some translations. So amazingly, this changed. So that's great. Let's do the same for this. I should have picked another Latin language so I don't have to flip my keyboard between Greek alphabet and Latin alphabet. Good, we're getting there. So I won't do all the translation here, but this is quite fun and this flow is fun. And I should explain as well that what I found with Paraglide, the limitation of Paraglide, and the message format that they're using is that in our messages directory, last time I used it, you weren't able to nest anything. So your JSON object should be top level properties only. You won't be able to do hero copy and then have like this message and then action and then have this message, which is quite common. Another common thing is to have like the home page, and then this has like the hero section, which is even more deeply nested. And then you have like the contact page, which also has its own copy. This is very common when it comes to internationalization and is supported in other projects. And it's JSON, so it should be supported, but it wasn't supported last time I checked with Paraglide. And it's not just because, you know, screw your conventions. It's not supported for a reason, because it is hard to do. Because the magic that Paraglide is doing is creating methods based on what your copy is. This is the thing that also makes it so what you zip on the browser in the end, on the users in the end, is the least amount possible. So you won't be zipping the Greek translation and the English translation and the Spanish translation and like 50 languages in the world. You will only zipping the one they will be seeing, because Paraglide is doing the magic to create little methods that only return in the end the relevant copy. And apparently, if it needed to mess with like deep nesting, that was kind of hard to figure out, so I don't think it's possible. Which is a drawback. In this side, in a portfolio website where we don't have many pages, we don't have that much copy, it's fine, but something to keep in mind, for sure. So that's good. I will do this, and I will actually try to do this too, because this is different. So when I say this, I'm talking about this copy here. So this, if you remember, is kind of more dynamic copy. It's not in the UI, it's on the backend. We have the repository there. So we'll see if it's gonna just work with that too. And I guess then like we're kind of all done. But that would also be a case where I would love to nest all of these guys in a pets like directory or something. But we'll talk about working with CMSs too. Now, I am curious about translating this. So let's see how that goes. Let's import M. And here, pick this. Let's see if the inline thing, does it tell me to create something here? No. I always need to click this, extract the message. What should I call this? Best bets section. Bring that in, internationalize. You can see it's red underlined, and then the compiler, the what's mode runs and then compiles it, which is quite sweet. And then I can go here, current file, it has this, there's a missing Greek one. Nonsense save. This happens, maybe this handwriting font doesn't have Latin alphabet. Unfortunately, Greek alphabet, sorry, so it does look a bit weird. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Let's see. Google Fonts. Which one did we bring in even? We brought a variable font, handwriting font, Chantel, glyphs. No Greek. It's all Greek to me, am I right? So let's see if we do have Greek for this one. Yeah, no handwriting fonts for Greece. Non-variable ones. There is one, just Minerva, I guess. Like not this handwriting, but it does look a bit like my handwriting. Anyway, we'll resolve this later. Something to keep in mind. Maybe I should have done like Spanish translation here. We are saying, what about this, Johnny? This is not in a .svelte file. This is on a backend file. This is in this repo. Would this work? Let's find out. Trying to see how to do it with the action bar. It doesn't seem to appear. It's not appearing here either. Now it's appearing. So, bank. No. Again. Pets, summer. activity. And in this one, I don't know what the curl is. Actually, I want it outside of this. And I still want to import M the same way. And it looks like the English still works. We didn't break anything. And here in Greek, I'm gonna say sfera for full tilt, which means bullet, which is like a localized translation, not a literal translation. Let's see if that updates. It does. So that's awesome, both on Svelte files, UI files, and on the backend. You can do this. If you were fetching this from a database, then you may have like a CMS. You may need yourself to make sure that your database has your content in different languages, which is quite tricky. There are quite a few CMSs that take care of that for you, but still you need to make your queries correctly and say, only bring me English content or Greek content or Spanish content or whatever it is you're doing. But it's possible. So the other thing to check is that it is doing the left to right. It is adding the left to right tag, which is the same between English and Greek. But if you were doing a different language like Arabic, then you would need a different direction. If you're doing manga style reading, you'd need right to left. And Inline has added the language tag for us, which I thought in the docs they were saying that we need to do something extra for that to get appended, but apparently not. It does correctly figure out that we are in the Greek version of the website, so it should be showing, it should be correct, it should be saying to the browser, do Greek. That's great. This is essential to have because assistive technologies, and including browsers themselves, if you correctly say that this language is in Greek, then the user may get the prompt to say, do you want this translated to English or whatever language they're comfortable with, you know, Mandarin, Chinese, whatever else. So you need to set this up correctly. Yes. So another message from Kirill. In the end, we can also do static site generation in Svelte. Yes, indeed, we can just go to the config and say statically build this and not worry about dynamic data, because indeed there is no dynamic data here. Everything is committed to version control. All right, so I'm not gonna localize anything more. Maybe just like this button, because it appears in many places, and then we'll move on with our lives. I won't localize these little thingies, but just to do like this button, so the pet card. This is kind of hidden, you need to scroll all the way to the left. Yeah, so see more, let's see this. And maybe we do need to import $M. See more. Let's say that we don't have the exclamation mark here, just for funsies. And Greek, let's just say Περισσότερες. Try to spell it correctly. So again, not direct translation, but because of how much space this takes, I think that makes more sense. Translate like that, so every card is translated correctly. And that's like up to the UI style, whether you want the exclamation mark or not. You don't need to translate it in every language. Which is neat. Anything else I wanted to mention here? I don't think so. I think we can move on to the next section. I will think about it. So done. So again, when we go to EL with Greek, like we've done the 404 pages, which is nice. If we go to EL, we do see Greek here. Great. There are more things that we want to do. Let's see. So let's say that we've written our English and Greek copy. Now we want the user to manually switch, because no one would guess that we have the Greek version of this website available anyway. So it's up to us to show that information and allow them to change it. And let's see if we can make that happen. Just trying to think. Give me one more moment. Like, did I forget anything? I think we showed quite a lot of cool stuff here. So paraglide, the translations, anything else that I would want to mention? I think not. I think this is it. Messages are here. When we add a Spanish compy, we can do ES association, and then also the nice browser UI as well. So this one is unknown, and that's something that I don't quite remember how to do. But I have done it in the other stream. You can specify the Greek dictionary here if you have like a weird language like Greek. Then you can, if you do have the code spell checker plugin, which I do, because I like having my things spelled correctly, then you may need to install the separate language package. So if you want Greek spell check to work, then you need this installed as well. But in order for that to work, you need to specify this in the workspace dictionary if this is accurate to your project. So let's just do it. So this was installed already. And so workspace settings as JSON, and add the spelling language, English and Greek. And now like fewer underlines. So maybe this one I didn't actually spell correctly. Yeah, there you go. I love it when I talk about something so like immediate value. Right. And that is also committed to version control, so it will work for other people working in the same project. Cool. So we will need a language toggle. I think that's the next step that I want here. And they do have a section in the Paraglide docs. Let's see if that one is going to be breezy. They have quite a lot of different information. Like they have the classic example of I want my slash about page to actually be slash about in English, but maybe like in German it's über uns or Epikynoniste in Greek. And if you want to do that, then it gets a bit trickier, but we will do it. We won't do it like that. If the client really wants it, you can do it, but I will just, definitely 100% feature reject this and say we don't need this. It seems like we needed to use this for links. So link. So does that just work if I click here? So it feels like we still need to do something extra to go to the correct version of this website, because maybe not. So we are in the Greek version of this, and then we fall back into the English version of the website, which is not what we want. So we do need one more step here. Let's search for href. Oof, maybe that's something that the vit thing is doing for us. Maybe. So this says that this provider does this for us. Automatically translates them. But clearly that's not happening because the contact page, this falls back to the other version. Could be because we don't have this adapter. So this one is /contact. It should be /el contact. So not great. But doable. Maybe we should do the... So here in this example, let's just say point to the about page and we'll take care of this for you. They do have this helper which understands which page you are. I guess you get the language tag and then you should be creating the language tag here. But let's do the language toggle first for this page and then worry about the other thing. After all, you may have a portfolio page that just has the one page. So language switchers are saying here. Have like a bit of flavor. It's still saying that, oh, fortunately, we've done everything for you. Cheers. So maybe we also want the paraglide runtime. Maybe we do want $1 paraglide, unclear. But let's try this. Let's just say in our header, or in our footer, maybe header. Let's just put it here for now. Let's do in a div here. Let's do available language tags. Apparently we get this from runtime paraglide. So let's get these little scripts. We've created this file, the internationalization file, page. That's something that Svelte magically creates for us. This one, how do we get to this directory? Because they didn't put it in the directory. Should we create another alias? I'm not sure. So we created this alias for $M, which is fair enough. Should we call it paraglide runtime? Let's have like a dollar paraglide. I've decided. And like if we do star here, I think that's gonna work. So now in the header, if we do dollar paraglide runtime, it's gonna find it. You don't need the JS extension. Don't need the JS extension. It's not JS, actually. Maybe that's not gonna work. Oh, interesting. How did this ever work? All right. So we do have all the libraries here. Besides the language tag one, how does it get the language tag? I think it's also from runtime. Yeah, so they forgot to import this in. Great, so we have EL and EN. So EN gets us to Greek, EN gets us to English, EL gets us nowhere. So clearly that doesn't quite work. I wonder why. Like, what's the config that we're missing? hreflang, that's the language of the website going in. That makes sense. This one, I think, unlike the other paths, I do think that this is something that they forgot. But maybe not. Maybe it's part of how this should be working for us with magic, but it just isn't. So now it does change to get the page transition as well, which is kind of cute, I guess. Not sure if you'd want it. You could change it. Like, you could block it if it's like /cl or whatever, but why I do think it's kind of cute. Do you think it's kind of cute? Say again. Ah, but this one, for the EN one, you don't really want to go to EN, do you? So maybe do like a check. Do a check here for if lang equals en. What else do we have in the runtime store? Let's see. Do we have the default language? Ah, source language tag. Great. Anything else that's there, actually? I want to say if it's a source language tag, don't have the prefix for en. Doesn't look like this is used elsewhere. And en is not used elsewhere. Not really. Lots of things. I'm not going to back here, so I'm actually gonna copy this. Kinda makes sense as well. If it's the source language tag, we want it to be available on the root path. So we can do a little check here. and say if it is the root language. If the lang is the source language, then just go here, and href lang is going to be this. I guess we can still use this. It's fine. And now on Greek we do go to /cl, but on English we just go to the root. Great. It does mean, with the way that this isn't quite working, you press en, like if you are in Greek and you are in this side of the website. Anyway, you press the language picker and you always go, no, you don't always go, because we are doing this. Yeah, perfect. Perfect, actually. So the way this works, I guess we just need to do this. That's it. We pass in this, which somehow doesn't prefix correctly. So let's see, we are in Greek here, no transition, we're on the same page, but if we press en, we just go to /contact, we don't go to /en contact. Perfect. So the user is able to switch languages, but let's have a nicer language switcher next. And I'm inspired by MDN, which has a nice language switcher here. Like, that was my inspiration for this. There are quite a few language toggles, you can have them anywhere, but I do like how this looks. It has like the globe icon as well. So I did have a sneak peek into Daisy UI, and kind of like this. So this one, which you can click outside to close, is the one I would want. So let's do it. And actually, a lot of this logic, and every list item will have like this. So let's see. In here, let's copy this and create a language switcher, language dropdown. So source components, what did I call it in the agenda? Language dropdown. Sweet. But for all of this to happen, I guess all of these things, most of these things, are gonna need to be imported. Let's not forget language TypeScript. Don't forget it here either. Nothing toggle. No messages, I'd say. And let's immediately use it in here. Language dropdown. And we don't need most of these things anymore. All right, trying to make it beautiful. So copy this, plan. And I guess it's here. Always link, always list item. So this is complaining, but it is interactable. This is definitely interactable, so I'm not sure why it's flipping out. But the reality is that it is flipping out, so not sure. It is interactive. Oh well, like clicking this like div that's actually a button makes it interactive. If I call this a button, is this still interactive? Yeah, so call it a button. Move on with your life. Cool. Do I need the current language? I guess in MDM they have like this globe icon. So maybe here we want a map of like language tags. Language labels. And I guess this is a record of keys that are available language tags to strings. Is there a way to get this type? Is it just type? Did, but it doesn't like it. Doesn't matter. Let's do en or el. See if that helps. Alright, so en. English. el. Milao elinka. And then it's happy. And then this should be derived. So is this like let current language label equals, but it's not this. It's this. It's derived. And we want it to appear here. So now it's English, we press, we switch to Greek, Selinika. Great, nailed it. But here, we want all of these to have the language label again. But this is going to be the lang. Same here. Getting there. And I will add one more SVG. So let's go back to what we were doing at the beginning of the stream. Globe word. I think the globe one is the one that most reminds me of internationalization. So copy to clipboard, go to SVG OMG as well. Paste. Copy. Go to our icons. Copy any one and call it globe. Paste the SVG here. Spread the props. Go to our language dropdown. And in this button, render the globe. Make it less huge. Looks about right. Great. But it does feel like, why does this have like margin? No margin needed. All good. And is this huge because of the drop-down class? Is that the deal? But yeah, that's the idea, I suppose. We could just put this in the footer as well. Even though it is handy to be able to change it. It's just so big. Let's see what we can do. So it kind of makes sense to have them like this. But if I just don't name this dropdown, there's like a ton of classes that this gets, sure. If I don't call this button, okay, getting somewhere. So I think that's it. I just don't call this button. I say that this has flex, item center, and gap 2 or 1 even. And then you're kinda fine. And then you're cooking. Then we're cooking. And I guess this should have like at least 50. Definitely. Maybe even more. Like how much does the header have? Header has it, is it 50? So is it 100 please? It doesn't have this. Do I use it 50 and everything? Anything else? So let's say that this is like 30. Just overlays should be on top of them. And let's say that the language dropdown is 40. So over the header. It's kind of funny. So looks good. I don't know about the specified width and height. Yeah, I think that looks fine. And what else? Like margin top. Does that help? Yeah, it looks nice. Like a bit of margin top. Never hurt anyone. I think that looks nice. I don't know what you guys think. Always when I get into the styling rabbit holes, there's a chance that people sleep. So look alive, we're getting there. So we are switching from Greek to English. And in fact, dynamically, like from any language, if we add another language, then it's gonna be fine. It's gonna dynamically work, but like we will need to manually remember. Maybe we'll get like a compile time error. This hint, I think, is like one of the classic not real hints. Like this is an interactive element because you can click it. Like if I don't put this, I don't think that it will open. Ah, it will. So so what's the change of behavior here? Highlighting is kind of tricky. What about this tab index? So that happened before. So the moment I get in there, it opens and closes. Yeah, all right. I'll say that since we turned this into a button, maybe it just works without worrying too much about it. What's this about the button? Oh, tried to help, didn't. All right, so this seems to still work correctly. We have the language toggle. I do think it looks nice. We still have the problem of the links, that if we are in Greek, then this link, we need to manually do it. Paraglide is claiming to do this for us, but it's not. But hey, that's by the by. We'll figure it out. Every time we have like an href, I guess we could be doing something like this, where we check essentially if we are on the source language tag, and if we are, then we just give it this. But if we aren't, then we go to slash the language and then the path name. We like add this, I guess. All right, so that's done. Better UX achieved. Spanish language. All right, so we did a lot. Let's have a quick look, especially this trick with watching the translations, changing the messages and running the compilation, translation, whatever process automatically. That was huge because I wouldn't want to go to the terminal and run it like an animal. I didn't become an engineer to not automate tasks. Thank you very much. Do we say .js anywhere? We say it too many places. That's my problem, unfortunately. Maybe this would have caught it. So looking good. So this is one of them. Is this why it can't tell? Because it's passing here? Huh. Interesting. Ah, no, because this one is just an anchor tag and it still can't figure it out. Benefit of the doubt revoked. Just doesn't work. New icon. Server-side translations also work. Our actual translations It's all looking good. It's all coming up, Millhouse. I'll just format yet again. Oh, and of course, these automated messages need to be formatted. Maybe you don't need them. Maybe. Do we need to ignore them? They didn't change anything in the git ignore, so I guess no, but it is the build snap that builds them. So it's a bit interesting. So this thing, like the messages, like they do get automatically generated. So they shouldn't be in version control. But maybe it's fine that they're in version control. I think they are actually ignoring them. Let's see. Yeah, so they have a git ignore to ignore everything because it gets automatically built. Perfect. You shouldn't do anything. Like that's why I would love this to be in a generated directory. Maybe if you aren't going to put it in lib, put it in a generated directory to make it clear that you should never touch this. So there you go. So that's what I would do, but open to arguing about this. Also, by having this hidden like git ignore, it does mean that Prettier will try to format this, even though it shouldn't. So how can we make sure that it doesn't run this? Yeah, no need to format these files. They're not committed to version control anyway, automatically generated. Cool. MDX, we're not using MDX, but why not? Right. So under this Prettier ignore. and set up this, push to production, and move on to bonus tasks. So what do we have here? Adding the Spanish language. So I can't believe we actually made it through. But then again, I look at the time, it's like almost 4 hours. So maybe I can't believe it. Then again, like the dedicated internationalization stream from last time was 4 hours in itself. And we did need to debug quite a lot of things. But we haven't done at all the preferred language stuff. So there is quite a few bonuses remaining. So as a reminder, this browser prefers Greek. Does it? Yes. So ideally, when they open this page, they should end up to the Greek version of this website. But they don't. They just need to switch here. Which is not the end of the world, but it could be a nice thing to add. Then again, maybe it's not, because now I live in Spain and everything shows up in Spanish and I get annoyed because I understand Spanish less than I understand English. So I don't want them being too clever, but something you may want to consider. What we will be doing next is setting up another language, seeing if we can do that using the inline browser editor. So that's one of those things that are like simple and breezy, but actually kind of hard to understand. I think this project has changed like 1 million names before, but in Inlang, which is a great project and also has Paraglide, now they have this Think localization editor. It has had a few different names, but there is a link in the description of how to get there. You can link it to GitHub repos that have inline configuration in them, and then we should be able to see the translations from here. Maybe not. Yeah, doesn't seem to be working today, unfortunately. Oh well, maybe it's because I don't know, but I am a part of this organization, so we won't be able to do that, sadly. But the inlang was quite cool. The inlang VS Code plugin, but you can't just add an action here, unfortunately, and you can't ask for machine translations, which you could. Right, so that's a bit sad. Oh well. What else can we do? Inlang, CLI. So let's see if we can use the inlang CLI for this. Let's pnpm add it. Best just run it like this. Don't run it locally. Like, why? I don't know. And they do really want to run it with pnpx. Anyway, now that you have it locally, let's lint. It does magically pick up the configuration of my project, I imagine. I guess the answer is no. Let's go to our package.json. Let's create a lint i18. Oh, maybe we can have it as part of our regular command. We'll pass it this flag. I guess that's what it wants. Let's see. Page is an illegal variable name. Who says this? ESLint says this. I guess that's like a Svelte 4 thing. Common ESLint L. So I will need to fix this. I did find that I'm incorrectly bringing in this here, so yay. But since that doesn't seem to be working, you know, if your app compiles in many different ways, you don't need ESLint to tell you. Surely. So we need to find what the inlang executable is actually, and it's actually inlang. Makes sense. Actually, it's lint. Great. I guess if we had a missing translation, this would tell us. So let's see. Let's try to add the Spanish translation now. ESLint, no, inlang settings. Let's say that we also have ES, all the E languages. And run the lint command again. I would expect that it would say you have empty translations here. If not, oh, great, you have quite a few. Let's open this in a new window. Yeah, I do make my font size bigger. for the streams and nothing fits. So great, it's saying that you don't have these translated strings into the ES language. Great, perfect, amazing. And if I run the machine translate one, would it override my existing translations? Ah, another thing that could be fun. This one doesn't have. Ah, because I just changed the project in lang, it didn't know that it needs to recompile paraglide, I imagine. Which may be a limitation of what I'm telling it to watch. Maybe I should be telling it to watch anything in here as well. So let's see. If I just go to the hero, if I just go where? If I open the inlang editor and edit this, reload this, reload VS Code, see if it picks up Spanish. It does. I don't know how contact is in anything in Spanish. Yamar, I don't know. Pick anything, Johnny. Like, you can do it. Just add an exclamation mark there. It's fine. All right, so now it is trying to add the Spanish language here because it did rerun, because I changed one of the things we actually were watching. But our switcher, like this one, is saying this may not always be there because this is a record of like fewer languages that you have. So let's do español. And now it's happy. And now magically it appears. Beautiful. But we don't have any Spanish translations. I guess how could we have resolved this? I imagine that this script, can I also tell it to look at the other directory? How does that on-chain script work again? Can I do curly brackets and look at two things? Over engineering. And everything's around this. Ah, so here we can actually put anything. All right. So I think we can add our second glob pattern here and say if anything in project inlang changes, then run. Maybe that's going to be correct. Let's rerun the server, the web server. And hope it still works. But the other thing I want to do is the machine translations, as we said. So here, very easy command, generate IAT machine translate. which I think it's going to be machine translate. What? Not sure. We just have to do the empty ones. Because we've saved, it's fine. Because we've saved, it's fine, he says. So let's see. Hopefully it won't override existing translations, but who knows with them. pm run generate machine translate. It's saying don't do this. Just do it. Translated a few. All right. In which languages did it translate them? What did it change? What did you do? Let's find out. It only added the Spanish ones, it seems. Great. Contact. It was like, I don't know about that. Yeah, it created this. Let's see on the big screen. Here. Spanish. Tomo maravillosas fotografías de acción de adorables amiguitos. Alcanzar los mejores niños y niñas, cachorros y cachoritas. Ver más. Pretty good. Like I don't know. Let me know how my Spanish is. But I think it's okay. We did miss the contact one. So any Spanish website. Yes. Come on. Is it like contactar? Contacta? Is that correct? I don't know. Why is this incorrect? All right, so we did it. And I do find doing the machine translation at least gets you somewhere. And let's remember on our VS Code thing, settings that we need to add Spanish, because now we have a Spanish file, Spanish messages. And I guess I need the Spanish dictionary as well. Whoops. Spell Spanish. There you go. Hey, streets. I had a question about the streets earlier. So maybe in the recommended extensions. Maybe not. Maybe not. So now this looks nice. And the machine translation is a great way to get started, I would say. It's always easier to edit than it is to write, I find. So you can run the machine translations. It seems like it will only affect fresh, empty translations by default, which is how it should be. But you can always check the version control to confirm that it hasn't touched the ones you've manually edited. Cool. So Spanish done. I am sad that we didn't manage to work with this with Fenk, the browser editor, because I was thinking that this can also be your CMS in a pinch. Like, not that your client would have GitHub access usually, but maybe they do. And it did have a decent enough interface where they could actually get in, and if they want to update their copy saying something, they don't need to contact you, they just do a code release here. So in a pinch could be your own CMS, but now that it's quite flaky, I'm not gonna recommend it. Cool, so we can add Spanish language using the CLI tool. Let's run the lint command again. Because now it should be all green, and indeed it is. This valid compile was a bit weird. We added as a last step, as a last lint step, the steps that checks our translations. We've added that auto-generate machine translation command, and we've amended our watch command so it will also look at any changes in project in lag. I think that's gonna work. When we added the Spanish language, the server didn't rerun, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. But still, and we added the inline CLI locally. Maybe you don't want to do that. They recommend not doing it, which is kind of silly. But hey, this one didn't need to be there. And this, there must be a way to get the type dynamically from this, but I'm not sure because it's read only. Git. Let's ask Copilot. Maybe it's like 0, type of 0. Yes, I know. Unfortunately, it's not. Now it's looking at the file. Before it didn't look at the file's reference. Yeah, this number feels like a thing, but I think I cannot do it because it's read-only. But I have remembered something like this. Let's see. Oh, it's happy. And now, if I didn't have this, it would know. All right, so it'd be dynamic, and this would be the step where if I try to build, TypeScript would tell me that you need to add the language you've added, and it's now in the available language tags, which is quite neat. Good. Good. So, feature. And the Spanish language. Not bad. Then not commit. There. Right, so let's push that. And our problem is that the links do get you back to the English language. That feels like a paraglide problem, but for now, to resolve it, we'll manually recreate the links. Oh, no margin anymore. That does not work. Drop down. So this, we've added like some margin top, but it doesn't seem like it does anything. Does it? Maybe it does. Hello, Snow. Nice to see you in the chat today, too. I'm doing well. We've done quite a lot today. I'm happy that like 2 hours in, we got to the internationalization, and now we're in, and we have like a translated website. More websites should be translated. So we are already in bonus mode. How are you? How are you doing? Let me know. We're already in bonus mode, and I want to see if we can get the user's language preference, which we definitely can, but would we try to do anything clever if we get it? Again, the goal is this guy, Johnny in the teal Chrome window, prefers Greek if it's available, while this browser, this guy, purple Johnny, prefers English. So if this person requests a website, they should end up to Spanish by default, and then if they do mess to Greek by default, and then if they do mess with the toggle, then we will respect what they want. You made great progress, Snow made great progress with your HTML and CSS. That's amazing. That's lovely. What did you make? Did you make anything in particular? The day I was struggling with like this drop down to actually fall in the right place, but I think it looks nice in the end and ended up looking decent. And there is a CSS challenge here that we may get to next time. You will notice that some of the cards are bigger as it happens, like the middle cards are bigger just because the text for some of them takes 2 lines, while for some they take 1 line. And it can be less obvious. It can happen that everything is like in 2 lines and then it's fine, or it can look like this, which is not that neat. And there is a way using grid and subgrid to ensure that all of these take the same height and the pictures are always the same height. That's something that we will be solving at some point, but unlikely today because we only have like a few things to do. Right. So how can we ensure that the first time this person goes to our website sees Greek? Because people may not think that the site is available in a different language. We did put our language speaker at the top, so they may see it, but they may not. And sometimes you just put it in the bottom as well, so they definitely will not see it ever. So if you make it available in their language, they may appreciate it. So you learned things like hover, active, opacity, shadows, and more. That's tons of things. So pseudo selectors as well. That's really impressive. So we're using like active and hover here too. Which is always nice. Very, very nice. Helps with accessibility too. Of course, lots of people do use phones nowadays, so they just tap, so you can't really depend on hover, but they will see your hover animation when it becomes active and they tap the button. So if you're doing both, then they are gonna get like some nice visuals there. It's very nice, and they're very fun. Like one of the most fun things is making things look like they are like getting off the screen, like with shadows as people hover over them. It's very nice. I'm excited for you. Right, so getting the user's language preference. One last stretch of focus for the internationalization bit. I linked this because we will be using this library to figure out what headers the user prefers. So I will open my Chrome preferences here again. And if I search for languages, I have set my preferred languages in this browser with Greek being at the top and French at the bottom, but still available. And these get sent by the browser on every request. And our backend can have a look at them and try to figure out that maybe we need to serve that version of the website because it is available to us. And we can use Negotiator for this. But should I have a look at a different project on how to do this? because they're saying just pass the request here, but I don't think they will like it because it's the Svelte request, but maybe they are. First things first, we need this, we want to happen on every request of ours. Therefore, we will be running it in a hook. SvelteKit has this concept of hooks. We have a server hook that runs before every request and we can do stuff in it. And in fact, to do the internationalization stuff, we did create a hook here that is rerouting. And I guess it's like a universal hook, actually. Huh, interesting. So now we just need to do a server hook. So let's create a hook.server.ts, which makes sense. In our case, the user lands on our site if we support their preferred language, we serve it there. But then if we don't, as they keep navigating and we've switched to the client-side router, we don't want to do anything else. That's why it's gonna be a server-only hook. So our hooks file can export a handle method that will be doing stuff. And the event, don't actually want to do anything. The event, does it have a request? Yes. So if we bring in that negotiator package, this claims that if we pass in the request, it will be able to do stuff for us. I think it's one of those packages that doesn't have the TypeScript types. Yeah. I remember this as if it were yesterday, but it should be on the definitely typed project, blessed project, common definitely typed W. It is indeed there, so we can figure out how to actually import this, and it's like this. But it doesn't like how to do this. However, I remember debugging this. Like the type that they have for the headers here is like more strict. But we can actually just pass the headers here and just pass the accept language headers. And I remember that they were either only looking at them lowercase or uppercase, but that I'm not sure. So we'll see if this works or not. We'll find out soon enough. And here, I guess it doesn't want them to be headers, it just wants them to be this. And then it's happy. But we want this to be event request headers get accept language. And then or empty string. And then let's see if we can do like a lang. If it doesn't have any of the languages, will that drop into it? Who knows? Let's treat this as a string array because it is. It's read only, so it doesn't like it. Ugh. What? So now it's fine. Let's console log the locale and see what we get. If we get anything. So let's look at our server here. Dev server. Request. Get nothing. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's restart this. I didn't name it hooks. I named it hook, like Captain Hook. Embarrassing. So en and el. If I refresh in this browser, then I get el. Great. If I refresh in this browser, I get en. Like purple browser en, the other one el. Great. And just to check, if I just said that my available languages was I don't know, like something else, do I still get something? Oh, undefined. Interesting. So I give it all the languages here, and I should default back to the source language tag. Great, so that's all good. What do we do with this information? And I don't know. Really, I don't know. The other times, what we were doing is set a cookie, an X language tag cookie, or an X language tag header, or both, and use that to decide which language we should be showing. But now with the other hook that Paraglide has for us, the Paraglide adapter, so this hook, this reroute functionality, I don't know if that would change things. I am sure that we can export our own reroute method and then call this with different parameters and force some language according to the accept header of the user. That seems sensible, but maybe not too sensible. We could also be doing this logic where we force the reroute according to the user language, or if they have a cookie set because they've played with this, with the language switcher, then we respect the cookie. I would love to see the implementation here. But that's something to look at online, offline. So here, I want to do something clever here. I wish that there was a functionality in Paraglide where if you add like the X language tag in the request header, then it does something different. But I'm not sure. Maybe we return redirect. Let's see. So let's have a look at the URL, the path as well. Just thinking on the fly here. So the event has a URL which has a path name. So let's check that. So this guy is on the root page. If they switch to go to Greek, then the URL does have this. Great. Great. Does that tell us anything? What I want to do is that if this path name does not start with what I expect, so it doesn't start with slash locale, then I want to return a redirect here. If that's not true, if they're not on the Greek version of the website. So what type of response do I need to return? I think they have like a redirect. There's a redirect here. See other. And I want them to see other. What was this again? Slash EL. So see other. Go there. So now this guy, Greek guy, even if they try to go to this, they get redirected to EL and they see Greek. Great. And if they go to the English one, because they've already switched to the client-side router, they stay on the English one, which is fine, I guess. But if they're like on the contact page, oh, it did just work. But what if I want the English version of the contact page? Like when I refresh, it does force me to the Greek version of this page. So if I switch to English, it's fine, I see the English one, but then I refresh and then I'm back to Greek because we're doing this anyways. Which is nice, like we're taking into account the user's preference. First time they may not know we have the multiple languages, as we said. So we saw them, we do have your preferred language. And again, this guy still, oh, I see. This guy does go to like /cn, like, but we don't want that prefix. There's another check here. And locale is not the default locale. Source language stack, exactly. So this guy prefers English, which is our default language. They should be staying here. Shouldn't be redirected to /cn. Great, so that works. But the question is, if this person does mess around with the picker and actually says, I want to see English too, they shouldn't be forced back into the Greek website because that's annoying. So how do we do that? We check for a next language tag cookie or preferred language cookie. Camerino. Hello, my love. I wife it back, which is great. But now I'm locked without dog. But we're almost done. So what were we saying? We were saying that we may want this redirect to also be set in a cookie. Maybe that becomes a form. And then if that cookie is set, we don't do the redirect. So before we do the negotiator stuff, I'm saying to do, they have a preferred locale cookie. If they do not have the preferred local cookie, then do nothing. If they do have a preferred local cookie, do nothing. I guess that's the idea. But how do they get a preferred local cookie? So that's the question for the ages. It feels like these should be forms, so our language toggle could be a form. Can I make this a form? Looks like the answer is yes. And then I don't just want this to go to the next URL. I want it to be set in a cookie, so I want it to be submitting the form. So I want the action to be set language, set preferred language, set preferred locale. And I'm imagining that these are actually buttons that have a value of the language lang should be lang actually, because this copy is going to be in the in the localized language. And similarly for these buttons, the value is just going to be the lang, actually. So no href lang, just more buttons. And they are submit buttons because they are buttons inside the form. And what they'll be submitting is, so here we go, is Svelte form actions, even though this is a static, mostly static website. In our root page, we can have plus page server.ts. We do have it anyway to get all our pets, even though we are committing this to version control, these are in memory. And we can have actions that we're exporting, named actions. And we'll have the set preferred local action. Here. But should this be like Svelte action? What should this be? Let's double check. Form actions, named actions. Actions, not action. There's lots of actions. Svelte. So it's this one. Set preferred locale, double check. That's what we named it. It is. And in here, we have the request, which has the form data that will get out. Structure. Get locale, if locale. Getting there. So if available language tags includes, it always should, the locale, then we want to do some stuff. It doesn't like this because we need to do our const thing again. Maybe without the extra parentheses, I will be able to just do this in line here. All right. So if that's the case, then I want to set some headers, and I want to set some cookies, which we do have a helper for. So let's get the cookies helper here and say cookies set preferred locale to locale. String, and it's in there. Then do this, and then I think the cookies helper is doing the common stuff of setting the path to like the slash. Like, let's double check. I think they have some here's in here. It's not what I expected. Later. What's this? Just a bit higher up, I guess. Alright, so they do some common stuff. The path, you need to specify the path. Yeah, so they don't do that for us anymore. It was older Svelte. So path, I do want this available throughout our app, so we do slash available in the root and everywhere else when you do this. So we're setting this cookie. And then we actually want to redirect, I suppose. So let's get the URL and return a redirect once again 07. And the place is gonna be whatever we did in the hooks file, I think, again. Only we have quicker access to the new URL here. So do this and redirect, or else do nothing. Else error. Balala. But we only redirect here if their locale is not the default locale. So let's check that. Is it the source language tag? If that's the case, then what do we do? It's kind of tricky because it does actually have the prefix. Yeah, I think that's like trickier. I'll just say redirect to the home page, unfortunately. Or redirect to /locale and not actually use the path name. It feels if we were able to use the language helper that takes in the current URL, we would be able to figure it out. Let's see if we can actually. So Paraglide again here. Language switchers. Like, thankfully you can do this. So I think this gives us the correct route. I think, not sure. So yeah, I think I can actually do it. Localized row path name or unlocalized path name, and we need to bring in this helper of ours and use the URL path name here, supposedly. And then you can use it. Or else it's going to be locale and the unlocalized path name, I think. So all we need to do now is go to our hooks, on calculations are correct, and check if the real thing, it's an event. Most preferred locale cookie. Correct. So if no preferred locale cookie, if they haven't set anything, then just let it be. And in the end, like in either case, we do return a response. We have to. Let me just return this. Just works. Sure. All right. Big screen time. We're saying that this guy, they try to go to the English version. They get redirected to the Greek version. Great. Because they haven't messed around with the language switcher. They got this link on WhatsApp and they're getting the Greek version. They got like the raw link on WhatsApp. They get the Greek version. Great, they see it in their preferred language. But if they switch the language here, so Spanish, that should be respected. I forgot to make the form be post. Like a silly goose. Method post. So let's try again. So if they say Spanish, it does nothing. So they still get redirected to the incorrect one. Fair enough. We must have done something incorrectly. Let's see. Do we have any quickies? Guess not. So if this is a string and it is a valid locale, so console log the locale. So we press the Spanish one here. Does anything happen? It is trying to do like quite a lot of things, quite a lot of weird things. Is it even trying to redirect somewhere? No action with name default found. I guess like where I put question marks, it wasn't quite correct. So 2 errors I did with specifying the form. So action question mark slash or slash question mark slash. See, I will remove the console log because I'm more confident now. So first the round, then question mark, then another slash. I think that's what we need. Maybe not. Action with name default. No action with name default. We could put it in a different page, I guess. Where did we put it? Which page is this? It is the root page. Sure. So this should get us to the root. And this should get us to the set preferred locale. Why are we submitting to the default action? Let's do it step by step. So here, let's call this default. Toggle didn't error, but we didn't do much either. Hey Stan, yeah, I did use it. I did try to specify this. I did try to specify that I want the action that's specified in the root homepage and then question mark the name here, but it didn't seem to work. So I will try it again in a bit. but we did manage to get in here when I made the default action. I wouldn't want this action to be the default action, but we only have the one, so we will get on now. Let's see, do we get a locale back? That's one question that I have. So let's mess with Spanish here. No. So what else am I doing wrong in that component? Am I doing everything wrong? Yeah, I don't have a value for the other ones. Then copy paste a value here. All right, so this kind of worked, but it seems like we get caught in a redirect loop. So we managed to set the redirect thing, and we can set a bigger expiry there, but that's good. It does seem that this is willing to bounce us too much. Like if they have this, we should be doing nothing. So why are we getting redirected? Not clear. So if we have this quickie set, we should never be doing redirects. But I guess maybe the maybe Paraglide library is doing something crazy too. Let's look at our action. This does have a trailing slash, I guess. Let's console log this too. So redirect URL does have a trailing slash. It doesn't have a leading slash. This is kinda weird. How can I remove the last trailing slash here? Let's ask ChatGPT. Feels like there will be a regex where you're looking for the trailing slash as the last character, and then you can remove it with something. Yeah, that looks about right. But regex is definitely something that ChatGPT is faster than I am. Or maybe not. Well, it was faster, I'll give it that. Did it say something else? Add it here. Try again. That doesn't look legit. It's not added again, that's for sure. So if I have like, I should have like a unit test for this, right? So replace, does it actually do it? A warning. It does remove it. So what's happening there? Of all the things to cut us out, is this it? Let's try again. Oh, it has two. Come on. So greedily maps as many, I guess, as we have. It has many. Okay, so it wasn't a trailing slash problem. It was a different problem. Still, let's do this. Let's replace here. So if we are here in ES, we should be fine and good to go. If we switch to English, then it should get us here, but it's not getting us. But yeah, I think I will make do without adding this handy functionality. I think the problem is that we have this client-side hook that does the rewrites that Paraglide is in charge of. And because this should not be doing any redirects, right? Anymore. Yeah, they have this quickie. It's correctly EN because they played with this. If you go to Espanol, then it should be ES and doing nothing in this page, which they're not. We're not doing a redirect at all. But I guess the Paraglide hook is flipping out. Should I be awaiting this? One last thing. Yeah, so not sure. It must be doing something funky. What if I enhance the form? Last thing to try. So if I enhance the form, I get into the client-side router. I stay in the client-side router. So that's fine. Preferred locale now is Spanish. So when I redirect in Spanish, nothing happens. I don't get redirected to the Greek locale. So that's kind of promising. When I try to go to the English thing, it doesn't quite work, but we'll figure that out. And if I don't have the cookie and I try to go here, I get redirected to EL, which so that's good. And if I don't have the cookie and go to ES, that kind of fails. So we need to fix this. I guess we need to do something similar that we did in this action, in this part. Trying to go to ES, then I go to the Greek version because I don't have a cookie. But if I mess around and go to Spanish, and then I keep visiting the Spanish version of the page, then I still stay on this one. Good. If I do end up in the English version, then yeah, so maybe the cookie has messed with the language switcher. Yeah, so I did see the chat pop up. Let's see if, sorry, I will go back to trying the action name in just a bit. I just wanted to get to the bottom of this. So yeah, preferred locale. Am I using the preferred locale to do something else? Not really. So this can be like use the language switcher cookie. So we don't need to keep track of whether they've which language they've switched to. We just say like if they've used the locale switcher, then we don't mess with this. Maybe not. Maybe in the future we will redirect them to their preferred language. Yeah, so let's keep that. And our problem now is that when I do try to switch to English, that doesn't seem to work. So what are we going there? What are we doing here? So this redirect URL they don't like this one, I guess. console logs we have. Nothing we need anymore. So here, I try to switch to the English one. Nothing happens. There is no redirect URL. Yeah. Because we're trying to replace like the trailing slash. I see. Too many trailing slashes. Or this. All right. Language switching works. This preferred locale may get out of sync if they like paste a URL. Yeah, that's in a different domain, but that's fine. So now let's see if we can understand why we cannot get to the named action. So I wanted to name this set preferred locale. And I wanted my form I wonder if it has to do with the localization stuff, because I think I've done this correctly many times before. Toggle language dropdown. All right. So this one needs action, and then I thought that it's slash and question mark slash again, and then the name of the action. I wish I could still see your message stand, but I cannot. So this. Does it work? Oh, now it does. So I don't know what happened differently, but it just works. It just works. Great. Maybe it is because we switched to the client-side router. I don't know, I swear I did it like this. So the page where the action is, and in our case, it's routes page.server.ts, and then the name, and then question mark, and then the name of the action for the named action. If you bet me, did I do exactly this before? I would tell you I did exactly this before, but it wasn't working. With the difference being that I am doing the enhanced form thing, so who knows? Maybe that makes a difference. All right. So again, if I switch to an incognito window, so for no cookie, this guy will get to the Greek version of the website, the available one, which is good. No matter what they do. But if they're like, listen, man, I do want this like in Spanish, then, oof. If they're incognito, it's not gonna work because we cannot set the cookie. Whoops. But you know, we force them to use non-incognito mode. If they are in normal mode, it will work just fine. So max age. Let's do this final thing. Instead of just remember it for the session, let's remember it forever. So max age is gonna be, let's remember it for a year. Why not? Minute, hour, day, year. Let's remember it for 10 years. Cool. Let's expect this. So let's explain this. Only try. Perfect. So we remember next time why we're doing this. We needed these packets to figure out from the headers. The request has what is the preferred language of the user. We added this hook, server-side hook, like having the npm dependencies first, but it doesn't really matter. Which, as we said, checks if they have the preferred locale cookie, which we use it to signify have they messed with the language switcher. If not, then we'll try to read from the headers what are their accepted languages and which one of those we support, which is the most preferred language we have, or just go to our source language. And then if we're not in a localized version of the website, maybe here, because if they're like in the default language tag, we are doing this check. Okay. So here, if they're not already in their preferred language, we do redirect them. That's it. We have changed our language dropdown to be a form, to use a named form action for set preferred locale. We aren't actually using the value of the selected locale. We may want to be even cleverer, like in this file, and see if they are on the preferred locale, but I think that's too much. Something to think about. And that's it. And this is the actual action that for some reason I couldn't target. Oh boy. What did I not save? Here. Anything important? Guess not. Maybe yes. That's the reordering. All right. All right, so something to push. Again, known problems here is that maybe with a problem with Paraglide, this, like the links, we do need to manually add the locale, which we would be writing a helper for, I guess, because that's not great. But I think we did all right today. Is there anything else we have left? Bonus. Tracking analytics, I use plausible quite a lot. Or Vercel analytics as well. I do like plausible better, but if you are paying for Vercel as well, then you get a decent amount of events, so maybe you don't want to play something else. You can always go with Google. Google Analytics is a lot. Lots of people use it and has tons of information for you, but it has a Google creepiness, like it's free for a reason. So of course, if you are using Google Analytics, there is a higher chance that for your job, you'll be asked to do something with Google Analytics and you'll be able to say, oh yeah, I use that. Or you could say, no, I use plausible analytics because I'm cooler, like I'm more privacy conscious. Who knows? And we didn't do the favicon and open graph stuff. We made it well past 5 hours, 5 hours, 16 minutes. Dear Lord. But we may do this next time. I think this is going to be it for today. I don't know if we'll keep on going with this stream. Maybe it's going to be like just a styling one. I did mention that these things, like we could do some CSS magic to make them more aligned with each other. These cute little animals. We could have like a cuter hero image, maybe like an animation. Maybe we could have like a fun styling and chill stream. But let me know if you want to see something else. Let me know if you're eager to get started. with a different project. Oh, thank you, Steph, for your nice words, and thank you for your help there. But I was trying for a long time to fix the action, so I couldn't quite get on it. I think it was a fun stream today. We did get slightly stuck setting up the internationalization stuff, but it turns out the one thing that doesn't quite work with Paraglide is this Vite adapter that you don't necessarily need. So this one doesn't work with Svelte 5, it looks like. But that's fine. If you're using Svelte 4, I predict that this works just as well, or better, because now it doesn't work. But removing it makes the app work with Svelte 5 just as well. I suspect that this is the reason that we need to manually localize these links. But the rest of the stream for the internationalization part, I think we managed to figure things out and knock it out of the park. And have internationalization, this portfolio app, which you can extend into a more complicated app that talks to databases, does auth, and that sort of thing. So yeah, I am excited to keep looking into the Paraglide project. I will check if there is like an issue for this, like make this work with Svelte 5 or what's going on there. But we'll see. And we did start with some like fun stuff with SVGs, fonts, classic winners. Like it's always fun to do that sort of thing. Error boundaries. The error boundaries. Those were awesome. So I'm not gonna fake an error anymore. Yeah, I will look into Paraglide for sure, the Paraglide GitHub, and see if they have an issue. I suspect there may be one that says, oh, this fails in Svelte 5 or supported in Svelte 5. So I will have a look for sure, because I do want to support that project. They're doing lots of great work there. So just as a final thing, because I like this image so much, just as a reminder what we did to do today. Since we are so long, anyway, Goosebur, that's very modern lingo. So here it may be fine, we're going fine, it's all going well. Bam, something went wrong, we catch the error in the error boundary, and we have our dynamic detective duo here. Very fun. And we have this action where they just refresh the page, and then maybe it just works. Maybe it all goes well. We talked about this. This was a fun part of the stream. And we also did the 404 pages. If they don't exist, similarly, we do this and get them safely back to the home page. So those are the things we did today. Like 10 hours of stream, and you can get a portfolio website going, I would say. Like, I don't think we'd need like 5 more to make the design really great, something acceptable. I think it would be less. I think lots of the important stuff are in, especially internationalization. That was really good. And of course, if you do want to save time, if you have watched the stream, if you have followed along, this is a great way to build your own starter and have something to build up on next more and more complicated projects. If you don't want to do that, if you want to get the latest code, I always push this on GitHub. It's already pushed actually. This should already be live. So you'll be able to see that our changes are live for 4 pages and stuff are live. Internationalization. Their pages all there. You can see that with JOHNNIFY Premium at BRMS. Thanks everyone who has supported already with our soft plans. I'm very, very grateful, but I do think I waited to have a product of value, and having some of the repos be in private GitHub repositories and having it available with JOHNNIFY Premium, I think that's a great way to give back, like give something back, get value provide value, get started without having to watch a 15-hour stream or watch a 15-hour stream and then see the code, get the code ready. I think it's good. All right, 5 hours, 22 minutes in. I think that's the extent of how much I can ramble on without rambling too much. Run-on sentences, it's happening. Thanks everyone once again for watching. I hope you're having amazing weeks and they're going to get even better still, especially the people in the chat keeping me extra company. Always a pleasure. Have a lovely evening wherever you are, and I will catch you Friday. See ya.